We're going to have the toss for this match today. We have Carrie Pear, the captain of the Red Force team, Kyle Myers, the captain of the Barbados Pride, and our match referee Rion King. So, Carrie Pear will be spinning the coin, so we'll have the toss.
Tails called.
Tails is the call.
And it looks like a head.
So Trinidad and Tobago have won the toss. So Carrie Pear, what are you going to do this morning?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl first. It looks like it's about a motion, so we're going to try and do some more so to our best abilities.
Definitely. So what do you think about the conditions so far for you guys in Trinidad? I know you have been playing here so many years at the Oval. How is it for you?
Yeah, it's good. The outfield is a bit challenging, but it's that cricket. Let's play this one. Let's see and try one.
Okay, any changes there? Well, I guess you're the captain today.
Yeah.
What the changes are?
We have 3 changes. Joshua James comes in, Mark Dial come in, and Isaiah Roger.
Okay, no problem. And what about the captain Joshua? Everything is okay with him? Or?
Yeah, Josh international duty, so
right.
So I'm the skipper for now. So yeah.
A lot of developments happening. So all the best today, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you.
All the best. So we have Kyle Myers. You will be batting. What do you think about that?
I actually wanted to bat first. Seeing like a good surface, probably a little dry than normal, probably with spin in second innings. I have a lot of spin in my team, so hopefully the spinners can enjoy the second innings and put the total on good.
Definitely. I know you are in a good position on the table, but how important this match is for you today?
I think it's very important. Trinidad is one of the teams that we probably could face in knockout rounds, so it's good to get it. Taste of the play and obviously get upper hand on them, so that we be confident going into the playoffs.
Any changes in your 11?
Yeah, young Nathan City making his debut today. He comes in for non-work and who's off international.
Okay, Kyle, all the best today. Take it. So that's the toss here. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has won the toss and they will be bowling first.
The Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago for match number 26 in the CG United Super50 Cup 2024 between the Trinidad we're looking forward to morning, Keisha and our viewers around the world this morning. And it's an interesting decision that the Red Force would have made in the history here at the ground. But I'm guessing with the rain around, they probably And 3 balls off the over. So far, there's a wide, so 2 legal deliveries, and a wicket has already fallen.
Yeah, with the red force, that's the ideal start they would have wanted, whether through the run out means or not. Still a wicket on the board. And Boucher faces up to Gabriel. In the air, but goes safely into the gap. And thankfully, there's protection in the form of Joshua James. They are the deep third man and just a single. But you can see already, Adrian, that Barbados Pride are not wasting any time. They are aware of the dark hovering clouds around the Queen's Park Oval, and they are looking to take the attack to the Red Force bowling.
Yeah, the clouds here, especially from the eastern to the southern part of the Queen's Park Oval, it doesn't look too good. There's a lot of cloud cover here, so we're happy to still have some sunshine here at the ground. But pretty soon we may get some, well, overcast conditions here, and things could change really quickly here, Keshav.
Well, definitely. We know that traditionally this is the rainy season, as they say in this part of the world. And unfortunately, the rain has affected some games in this tournament, but that does not dismay the fact that we still have cricket on display. An exciting encounter at that.
Good delivery there by Gabriel. And there were some wet areas this morning on the field. And if we do
How that will affect things here, because it's not going to help, because it was already damp, and with the conditions here, kids are playing in the park right outside the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, nice to see a shot of the kids there at the King George Park, right behind the Oval. Lots of activities on this weekend.
Shannon Gabriel putting those targets there right away. Wicket on the pitch, so it'll be nice to see him back in the 11. He will be, I think they're ready in some form, some, see the weather there is really changing here in the Oval. Dark clouds, so we hope it's not going to be too bad. We hope it's going to be quick. There's forecast. The forecast today is actually rain, but to what extent we'll have to wait and see how this will affect the outcome of this game. We already have a reduced game. It's a 45 over affair. Shannon now in from the injury period. Oh, good delivery. He takes a tumble, but he's back up. So good signs here for Shannon Gabriel. And at the end of the over, it's 3 for 1 after 1 over.
Well, that's a really effort delivery from Shannon Gabriel, and you can see a pass in the edge of the bat of Reefer. Excellent start there from Gabriel. Despite the one wayward delivery, the wide and over, you would say that he came back well and gave his team the start that they would like. And you can already see from the opposite end, the skipper for today, Kari Pear, is going to take up the attack. And just prior to the toss, they were looking at the pitch and just looking at some of the damp spots that you mentioned, Adrian. And, you know, maybe going to see if we can extract any turn out of it and probably use those variations with the sliders as well, given the fact that the ball is still new. So lots of opportunities here for Kari Pear. We're still in the power play, so only 2 players allowed outside of the circle. You can see he has a long off in play as well as a deep backward square leg.
Target already. Kari Pear, who had a really good spell this series so far. 4 wickets for 8 runs against the CCC. As we see the cloud cover here now at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, Kari Pear, as you mentioned, is one of the leading wicket takers for the Red Force in this 2024 edition of the Super 50 tournament. He has 10 wickets thus far. Yannick Karaya leading the attack with 11 wickets. So we'll see him at some point.
Good shot there by Boucher, and it's running away to that offside boundary, and it'll be 4 runs. So really good shot there by him. A rare boundary off the bowling of Kari Pear, but it moves Boucher now. He moves on to 6. So with a third man, and Boucher, that's the way he plays. We saw him here in the last game against Jamaica, and he really goes against these fast bowlers really fast. Even though it's Harry Kay at the moment, but his initial attack would need to really go at them.
Well, you can already see from the first three deliveries of Pair, no real turn and just using that drift to get that ball into the right-handed batsman. Now he'll face a different challenge with Raymond Reefer, the left-hander on strike, and you can already see the change in the field. Brings the long off in the circle so that the long on is in fact outside, and the same backward square for the left-handed Reefer. That ball will be going into him, probably using the drift to just nip it away.
Sweeps, and that would be 4 runs. So 4 runs for Raymond Reefer. Poor delivery there by Kay, you would know that. As you mentioned, that right hand combination at times could create that, but Harry Kay is an experienced bowler and he's used to these situations, bowling in the power play, bowling that left and right hand combination to the knee ball. Again, and he gets away this time with that one. And that's the end of the over. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, you can see those two deliveries to Raymond Reefer almost seem to be a bit of a medium pace from Carey Pay instead of your traditional left-arm orthodox. It was just that in that delivery into Raymond Reefer. And first one badly lined, rightly swept away for 4. The second one got away because it was short, and only one man protecting that leg side boundary. So the current score at this stage, you would say Barbados going with a healthy run rate of 6 runs per over, but at the same time losing that early wicket. And you can just see the strong gusting winds across the jersey of the back of Gabriel to tell you that the weather is changing here. But let's hope, Adrian, that the winds are strong enough to blow those menacing clouds away, because you really want to see this encounter play out.
Oh, great delivery there by Gabriel. So he's really getting into his groove now. He's really warming up. He's feeling himself. And as you mentioned there, that strong wind, I was thinking the same thing. That it's actually blowing the wind. The clouds kind of pushing more to the west into the Gulf of Paria here in Trinidad and Tobago. So that's some good signs so far in this game. And hopefully we are able to get this 45 overs here that the umpires and the match officials would have allowed. Gabriel here continues from the southern end, goes to Boucher. Turn to the leg side there, and they're looking for 2. And would it be a good throw? And make it comfortable. So moved onto the one side, a bit offishly, but safely into the gap there, through mid wicket.
And again, you see that aggressive intent from the Barbados Pride team, looking to get some runs on the ball quickly, bearing in mind the weather conditions are wrong. And this encounter, as you mentioned, is a very exciting one, noting the fact that it's the second place and third place team in the table at this stage. Jamaica Scorpions yesterday with a victory over the Leeward Island Hurricanes. They went to the top of the table, and at this point Barbados third on 43 points and Trinidad and Tobago second on 52 points.
So great shot there by Boucher, and that would be 4 runs. So one of the most lovely shots to see in cricket, the on drive, and he plays this one here all along the ground for 4.
Excellent timing from Boucher. You can see didn't really put much pace on it, but he just in fact caressed the ball and check drive that delivery for a lovely looking shot. You know, they always say that on drive is one of the more difficult shots to play, Adrian, but I'm sure even looking at you back in the day, it was one of your expertise as well.
One of the best shots, because as you mentioned, it's difficult. So as a fast bowler, when you hit it back down the ground, it sorts of send a psychological advantage to him that, you know, hitting it past him down the ground. So it's
pushes back the fast bowler a bit. And normally the response is different. So we'll see how Shannon here respond to this. And that would go for 4. So not so much of a good start here for the red 4. Some boundaries. They got that 1 wicket via the run out route. But another 4 expensive over so far, 10 runs off of it. And the Barbados Pride are after a flyer here, 22 for 1.
As you mentioned, the psychological impact of the boundary before, Gabriel, and you can see his reaction after. I don't think he's is too displeased with the boundary because he's probably trying to angle that delivery into the pads of Boucher, looking to trap him LBW, but with no real protection, and the fine leg is in the circle, and he does have a deep backward square. But once that goes either side of Yannick Karaya fine leg, short fine leg, it's going to go away to the boundary. So he just needs to control his line here, and with his pace as well, Boucher just needs to guide the ball to whichever part of the field.
So he has 2 slips here, so he will know that adjusting his line would be very important. That's a better line there, but it's worked out of that offside boundary there, but will be stopped. So good feeling there, and he will come back for 3. So Boucher here playing his shots. Better line by Gabriel, maybe a bit too full, because better line because he has 2 slips, and that is exactly what he wants to do. He would want to pull that line there. So if there's a tick outside edge, because Boucher is going, once it's outside of some, he's going to go at it, and once he picks up that edge, Gabriel will have that chance there to carry the batsman there to slip.
Well, we saw a great delivery from Gabriel to Boucher that was short of a length and deviated to pass outside his edge. We haven't really seen much more short deliveries from Gabriel since then. He's gone to the fuller route and allowed Boucher to come on the front foot and drive easily. So I wonder if we might see a reversion to that when he goes back to strike. But 2 slips in play now for Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, nice to see this attacking approach here by the Red Force captain. Yeah, good line there, and better bowling there to end the 3rd over. It's 25 for 1.
So the Barbados Pride reaching to the stage, having 4 wins in the tournament and 1 loss. They would have won against the Jamaica Scorpions by 24 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis system, as well as winning against the Leeward Island Hurricanes by 3 wickets, won against the Guyana Happy Eagles by 1 wicket, and they lost to the CCC by 2 wickets. Their last victory coming against the Windward Island Volcanoes by 8 runs, and the match against the West Indies Academy was abandoned. So interesting route to reach to here. And noticeably, Trinidad and Tobago had a similar route in terms of the win, loss and abandon ratio.
Yes. And walked into the onside, and not too much of a big turn here so far from
And as
by
you noted,
Caribbean.
Trinidad and Tobago, their route to reach to the stage, won their first game against the CCC by 60 runs. And it's a little bit of turn on offer there from Pair. And the Red Force won their second game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 7 wickets. They lost to the Leeward Islands by 7 wickets. Won against the West Indies Academy by 9 wickets. Won against the Guyana Happy Eagles by 45 runs. And the match against the Jamaica Scorpions was also abandoned.
So lovely flight here by Carey Pierre. It's nice to see, because we are so used to our spinners these days really bowling really quick. And it's nice to see Pierre flight in these deliveries, trying to extract some turn. And Raymond Reefer tried to sweep that one, but it looked like it bounced on him awkwardly. He actually got out like that against the Windward Islands. He was sweeping, but he got LBW. So he loves that sweep shot, and not sure if the Red Force team are aware of it, but he seems to got hit somewhere, and he's in a bit of discomfort. So we see the physio is coming out. So sometimes when you sweep as a batsman, sometimes it hits the top edge, and sometimes it could hit you awkwardly.
And that delivery was one of the quicker ones from Caripea. Flighted the couple of deliveries prior and just pushed that one through to Reefer. But you can see from his intention, he did get into that position rather quickly to play one of his favourite shots, as you mentioned, the slog sweep. And unfortunately on that occasion, not getting any connection with the bat. And he looks to be alright, just maybe a check-in with the physio, probably a bit of that magic spray as they use these days. Back in your day, Adrian, did you have any injuries, or while you were batting, were you hit in any manner that was so painful that you had to come off the field that you could recall?
Well, it had times that I got hit, and I should be coming off, but I didn't want to because I am not going to let the fast bowler think he's actually getting the better of me. So it's sort of a mind game. Sometimes there are situations where, as an opening batsman, you, especially when you get hit, sometimes in the belly, the inner thighs, those areas are really painful. But as a batsman, especially an opener, you can't let the fast bowler know that you're in pain. But I should probably, in some cases, I should get some attention, but I choose not to, just to not give that psychological advantage. But now we know there's the protocols with the concussion protocol if a batsman is struck in the helmet, which is in all fairness, it's good for the safety of our players these days. So Caripea here continues.
And Reefer seems to be alright after that check by the physio. And goes along nicely with a single. At the end of 4 overs, Barbados Pride 27 for the loss of 1. And as you mentioned, that psychological factor again, Adrian, it really is so important in the game of cricket in terms of the mental strength. And you can see those dark clouds just hovering above the Queen's Park Oval. None of them have opened yet, thankfully. We've not seen any droplets, so we'd hope that this stays in its ideal conditions in terms of no real hot sun out there for the cricketers and nice cool breeze around. And you can see a bowling change as well. Joshua James is going to come into the attack to replace Shannon Gabriel. On the ground staff, it's always a good indication to know whether the rain is right around the corner or you can give it some time. A couple of the guys are in their raincoats, but the rest don't seem to be too bothered, so we take that as a good sign for now, Adrian.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, those groundsmen don't seem to be bothered. And from what I'm seeing here also, from playing here at the Queen's Park Oval, the eastern side there looks really clear. So should be a good day. Well, so far it's a good time for cricket, and that's a good shot there by Reefer. But James got something on it. A piece of his fingers got onto that ball, so he was able to stop it. So James replacing Gabriel, who's going off probably for a bit of a rest. To our viewers, he just came back into the Red Force team, and he's really trying to get his groove back, and it's nice to see him out here again in the Red Force colours.
James with that consistent line and length, which he's very well known for in the local aspects, coming from Tobago, hailing from Wim. And he really is a bright talent and prodigy for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You know that in his debut game, in fact his first delivery, he got a wicket. And his celebration just showed how much it meant to him for the youngster to get this opportunity.
Good delivery there by him. And I've noticed he's wearing number 51, which is the coach of the team, Riyad Emirates. Well, Riyad Emirates, part of that coaching squad also, coaching team, and I'm sure that Riyad would be giving him some good advice. Joshua James, being a young player on this team, and he would be really looking forward to the opportunity here now to continue and have a long career with the Red Force. And let's walk down to the onside there, and they would come back for 2. So a somewhat slowish, but at the same time the outfield is still going, it's still going because it's really low, and the batsman is running hard between the wickets. So ideal conditions here for cricket. Well, if you are a cricketer, yeah, and you're playing, you would like to be in these kind of conditions. There's the sun is basically behind the clouds, and sometimes the fast bowler loves this and get a little extra movement with the conditions. So lovely, lovely atmosphere here for cricket. So balance conditions. So far, I'm not seeing too much turn on the wicket from Carripier. Sometimes we would have seen some of the games, like especially at the UE Spec venue, from the first ball, the balls, it sometimes spins square. So we're not seeing this here today, and I think it's balanced. We've seen some turn, not too much. The ball isn't holding up too much into the pitch of the fast bowlers. And I think by about, the next half an hour or so, it would really flatten out.
And a nice tight line there again from James. Bowling to his field. Completes the 5th over, 29 for the loss of 1. Barbados Pride going along nicely, just maintaining on around that 6 runs per over run rate. And a good point you noted there, Adrian, in terms of Joshua James having the experience of Riyad Emrit on the coaching staff to help. We know that Emrit has been a stalwart in Trinidad and Tobago cricket for quite so many years. And when you look at him, he still looks young and fit and ready to go on the field of play. But I think it's just a natural progression for someone like him to be part of the coaching staff to help these young fast bowlers and cricketers in general. All of his experience on display, of course, someone like Jason Mohammed in the team as well. We all know his capabilities with bat, and recently we have seen with ball, bowling more off breaks and getting wickets, and just his leadership qualities on the field, really commendable.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there, that experience, I think it's so important that when you have a generational change or a transition in leadership and players, it's always nice to know that some players are still left behind, some experienced players where they could actually pass on that experience. And Jason Mohammed there, he is the most experienced by far on this team, because most of the guys would be in their 20s and some in their very, very 30s. Maybe the next experienced guy there would probably be Keon Otley. He's around 35 now.
Former teammate of yours.
That's right. At presentation, College Shogunas at the under 15 national level, under 19. So after Jason Mohammed, it'll be Keon Otley, and we have Carey and so on. And then Shannon Gabriel is back into the team, which is also good for the bowling aspect of things. So it would really help the Red Force team to really get that sort of experience and to hear when things sometimes, and it's not only good for, it's also good when times get tough and a team, things are going good for them now. And he sweeps away, and he sweeps really hard, Boucher, and that would be 4 runs. So good shot by him. But Carey Pear there, paying the price, just drifting in just about that Midland leg, actually leg stump region, and it goes all the way for 4.
Excellent shot there, and Boucher is continuing in that great vein of form. And before the start of this game, he had 201 runs at a healthy average of 40.2, and is one of the premier batsmen in the Barbados Pride lineup alongside Kevin Wickham. And that's better from Pear. Just needs to maintain that line outside of the off stump, and at the end of 6 overs, 35 for the loss of 1. You can already see a bit of turn on display, and I know when you spoke with Kyle Mayers at the toss, he indicated that he actually wanted to bat first because he mentioned that the pitch was a bit dry, and he anticipated that the ball would be turning a bit more later on this evening. So in terms of your observation of the pitch, Adrian, would you have decided to bowl or bat first, and also bearing in mind the conditions around?
Well, from the trend, the last 3 games I played here, the team batting first won. So and this is the same pitch basically. So if you would have done your research and so on, this pitch here being the test pitch or the first class pitch is the center wicket. All the games have really played on this pitch, and the team batting first, they won the game. So I know that the management team and so on of the Red Force, they would have had their other considerations. They maybe would have thought there's some moisture, but remember we got a delayed start. So the pitch actually got some extra, maybe an hour and a half extra, because we normally have a 9 o'clock start, which is really early. And most of the times there will be moisture and a 9 o'clock start because the sun hasn't really gotten chance to beat on the wicket yet. Oh, it's a good delivery there by him. Nice bounce and lift there by James. He's a tall, strong man, so when he puts effort into the pitch, he will get that purchase. So a wideish delivery, but because he put effort into it, he was able to make it into a good delivery. And
See a shot of Amri Django's dad in the stands. One of the loyal supporters. You know that his family members are always here. And Django with the gloves on today. The leading run scorer for the Red Force. You know that in addition to James as well. This one is tucked into the leg side. James comes into the team. A couple other changes, as we note, Adrian. Mark Dayal coming into the squad, as well as Isaiah Raja. And, you know, it's a good thing when you have a team and you can ring changes but still have a consistency and a high level and standard. Isaiah Raja coming into the squad today, leading up to the trials and in the trial matches as well, was in a great run of form. In fact, scored 100 on his birthday in one of the trial games and also took some wickets with his leg spin. So I'm sure he'll be looking forward to this opportunity to make some runs today. And we know that Joshua Da Silva, the captain, is on international duty.
yeah, definitely. And that is so important in terms of, as you mentioned, having those players that could come in and, how to say, could really not make the transition. So because a few of the players, you know, would have left, Joshua Da Silva, the captain. So a captain leaving a team could have a culture change, you know, because he's not here at all. He's going to the West Indies Test team, so he's not around. So there's sometimes a different, you know, thinking sometimes. But we know that, oh, and that's a good shot there. And that's all the way for 6. So big hit there by Raymond Rifa. And it goes, he just picked it up and launches that one all the way to the western boundary here at the Queen's Park Oval.
A bit too short of length from James and allowing Rifa to again go to his favoured leg side. We know that anytime the ball is on his pads, Raymond Rifa would look to, if it's a spinner, he would look to sweep. If it's a pacer, he's looking to play that same shot that he just executed there for 6. And also outside of the off stump is one of his weaker areas where we saw that he played and missed a couple of deliveries. So I think James just has to be aware and maintain his line and length in that corridor outside that off stump.
Yeah. So there's a backward square on the boundary for Rifa, and at the end of the over, it's 44 for 1. So as I was mentioning about those players getting the opportunity now, I think I was mentioning in one of the past games that sometimes players, you know, they are looking for that opportunity. It's like Mark Dial, he didn't get to play any games. Isaiah Raja. But as a player on the bench, you always need to be prepared because you want to play. And sometimes, you know, you may be disappointed, which is natural. All cricketers want to play cricket, but it's always so important to keep yourself match fit, mentally ready, because in the game of cricket, anything could happen. It could have an injury. As we see in this situation, guys got called to the senior team, West Indies team, and it presents an opportunity now. And now you have your chance now. And it's a crucial part of the tournament because after this game, for the Red Force, it goes into the playoffs. So from not playing, you find yourself now you could be playing in the playoff, the playoff part of this, the semi-finals and even finals. So that's why it's so important to always be switched on as a player, even though you're not in the starting 11. Anything can happen, and next thing you know, sometimes in a warm-up, sometimes a game, you know you're not playing, and then somebody get injured in the warm-up.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, you on the starting 11. So it happened many times. It even happened while I was playing Test cricket. It happened in Bridgetown. with one of the openers there going down, and I even had to. I got to play because of an injury in the warm-up. So, and that's a wide delivery there to Gabriel. And he's bowling now from the media center end. So he switched ends. He probably feel he's a bit more comfortable here.
Yeah, we did see he was struggling a bit with his run-up on the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Notably, there is a bit more sawdust on the field in that part. And maybe just with his footing, wasn't getting the right stride as he would have liked. And as you mentioned, it's all about that mental preparation and ability to be ready at all times. Even though you may not be in a starting 11 in this game, you have to cater and keep your mindset as if you are playing at every single moment. As we note, Anderson Phillip was also called up to the test team alongside his captain Joshua De Silva. That allowed Daniel Williams to come into the squad, as well as Cephas Cooper, bright promising young talent from Maruga, this deep south part of Trinidad and Tobago. And Terence Hines, who's with the West Indies squad at the moment, he will rejoin the Red Force squad as soon as the T20 series is complete.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of opportunities here for all players in the Caribbean. We would have saw it with, I believe, Justin Greaves. So the test squad. The West Indies test squad for the Bangladesh series. Craig Bradford, the captain, Joshua De Silva, vice captain, Alec Artenes, Casey Carty, Justin Graves from the Leeward Islands, who's a Bajan, Kavim Hodge, Tevin Imlak, Mikhail Louis, Kevin Sinclair, Anderson Phillip. That's lovely shot there through the covers.
Elegant drive from Reefer. Doesn't get all the way to the boundary. Caripe, very quick indeed. One of his local nicknames as the ground lizard because he covers so much ground and he's just able to get himself, through his body to all parts.
So we have Mikhail Louis, Kevin Sinclair, Anderson Phillip, Jomel Warakan back into the team. Nice to see. Alzari Joseph, Kima Roach, the experienced Kima Roach, Jaden Seals, and Shama Joseph. So that's the West Indies squad for two test matches against the Bangladesh. So we look forward to that series. And as we mentioned, some of the guys from this tournament would have actually performed really well, like Justin Graves, for example. He finds himself into the test squad. And Jomel Warrakan, who took 13 wickets in this tournament, finds his way into the test team. So we see the importance here of these domestic tournaments. Warrakan, he finds himself back into the test team, and this is a 50 overs tournament. And it really shows you that the gap between 50 overs cricket and test cricket, the selectors are actually using it. What do you think about that?
No, well,
Keshav?
I think it's great because the more cricket you have is the more opportunities to get better. And as they say, practice makes perfect, and there's no better opportunity to practice than in a match situation. You can train as much as you want in the nets and training sessions in the outfield, but nothing beats match practice. And you can already see the difference in these players on reaping the rewards of playing much more cricket and frequently. I mean, granted, the weather conditions have been a factor. As a short and pulled away, goes through the hands of Isaiah Raja and speeds away to the boundary for 4. Went straight at him, was powerfully hit, but a fielder of his usual high standards, I think he would be a bit disappointed on that occasion.
Yeah,
Bounced very low.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel, would be really disappointed about that.
I'm sure, Adrian, as a fielder, is there any sight that is scarier than a big, strong fast bowler who looks at you sternly after you have not fielded the ball properly off of his bowling?
Well, yeah, I played with Shannon, so I played with Shannon since the under 19 level.
When he was even quicker.
Yeah.
And I'm sure much more vibrant in his younger days.
That's right. I even played with him. He made his debut in our Lord's Test. I played in that series as in 2012, and Shannon played in that game. Kevin Peterson was actually his first Test wicket, which is not a bad wicket, right?
Come on. One of the greats of the game from England, indeed, Kevin Peterson.
Yeah,
very
But as you mentioned, Shannon is not too pleased when anyone misfields off his bowling. He gets upset about it, but obviously he's a much calm guy now. He used to be really fired up back in the day, but he's sort of in the back end of his career, and he's not going to let that get too much of his attention, and he understands that sometimes fielders will make mistakes, but sometimes he will show that self-control now. Shannon Gabriel.
Well, just to give you a funny bit of irony from Shannon Gabriel, and I'll share that with you after this delivery.
Oh, and that's 4 runs. So
Badly lined on the leg side and neatly tucked away from Boucher. The runs are really flowing for Boucher at this stage, and Gabriel just thrown off, and you can see it was on the line of the leg stump of Boucher. In fact, just shuffled across and flicked it away for 4. So just as I was mentioning there at the end of 8 overs, 58 for 1, in the previous game against the Guyana Happy Eagles, Shannon Gabriel was feeding in the exact same spot that Isaiah Raja was, or maybe just a bit squarer. And a ball was struck to him. There was a spinner bowling, and he went down in the traditional long barrier position, and it went straight through his legs and raced away to the boundary for 4. And at that point, the entire team, it just showed you the jovial nature and the camaraderie that they have, because, I mean, granted, nobody likes to see a misfield going for 4, but everyone was able to just have a bit of a chuckle at it. The big fast bowler still tried to get down. He still tried to do the proper thing in terms of the technique, and unfortunately, went through his legs. But just goes to show you, on this occasion, Isaiah Raja with a misfield off the bowling of Gabriel. And you never know. Sometimes in cricket, these things happen, and you just have to shake them off and look forward to the next delivery.
Definitely so. So a bowling change. Brian Charles will be picking up the attack. He will be replacing Joshua James, and he's bowling to the left-handed Raymond Rifa. So horses for courses. The off spinner is always very useful against the left-handers, and he's bowling around the wicket, so he's really trying to angle it into him. And a really strong offside field here for Brian Charles. So there's extra cover, a point, and a wideish third man, and a long off. So really looking to extract some turn here, some bounce. So he's usually a spinner that delivers from a very high trajectory, so he extracts that bounce, and even other than a high trajectory, when he delivers, he goes up on the toes also, sort of like Graham Swan. So
it's funny that you mentioned, I just recently I was looking at some videos of Graham Swan and looking at how similar the action of Brian Charles is to Swan, and even self when he approaches the crease, you will notice that sometimes he goes in a straight angle and just veers to his right, so it just gives him that bit of extra pull across his body as a right arm off spinner to try and get a bit of purchase, as well as if he uses variations in the seam in terms of how he grips the ball, can just bowl that cross seam delivery to go across the right hander as well.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that influence. Oh, that's a short delivery there. You got away with that, but quicker. Yeah, you see the influence of these players at the higher level. We actually see it influencing the younger cricketers today. So sometimes when I look at cricketers today, sometimes I could actually see little characteristics of players they would have been looking up to, because you could see it. Even when I look at Amir Django, he mentions that he obviously looks up to Nicholas Puran, but I see some of Mike Hussey in him. And it really shows he's a left-hander also. I'm pretty sure when he would have been looking at cricket, I mean, if you're a left-hand batsman, no doubt around that era you would be looking to bat like him. Because he was a great batsman. And at the end of the 9th over, it's 60 for 1. So it really has that impact on players. Like sometimes I look at a lot of videos of young Indian batsmen from India, and they actually have a similar setup to Virat Kohli. So it would have had a time when Sachin was playing, and a lot of batsmen would look like Sachin, and they look like even Ian Bell. Ian Bell looked up to Sachin Tendulkar. And now you have Virat Kohli, and then you would see some of the guys, even in the IPL, you'll see similar setup to them. So it really shows you how these players, the impact they have on the generations, and how it actually produces cricketers. You have like Darren Bravo and Brian Lara. He
One of the
definitely
most
influenced them.
famous comparisons, definitely.
Yeah, so it's nice to see sometimes and see the influence of these great players.
And the funny thing about Darren Bravo's similarity to the batting style of Brian Lara is that they both come from the same part of Trinidad and
Yes.
Tobago as well, in Santa Cruz. And they grew up, I'm sure, as Carripier comes back into the attack. I'm sure Bravo, while he was growing up as a cricketer, he would have looked at Brian Lara. I mean, who didn't look at Brian Lara, to be honest? But it's so uncanny how similar
Oh yeah.
Bravo, down to the pickup of the bat, the grip, the execution of the shot, that famous punch through the covers, as well as getting up on his toes to play that cut shot. Everything he does, sometimes even his walk, is similar to that of Lara. The former Red Force captain, of course, Darren Bravo, leading the team to victory last year in the 2023 edition.
And I'll tell you something as they come through there for that quick single. Well, myself and Darren, we are really close. We played from under 13 all the way up to West Indies team, Darren Bravo. And I remember he was giving us this story. This is before he was really young, probably before he even turned 5 years. He used to be a right-hand batsman.
Wow.
And he liked Lara so much that he actually made a switch.
That
so
is
he
amazing.
could actually bat right-hand.
So he can do both, because he does bowl right-handed. He bowls a
That's
right-hand
right.
medium.
But he liked Lara so much that he wanted to actually bat left hand. So these, sometimes, and that's the influence now. Well, I mean, not now. They were always television for a long period of time, within probably the last 60 years. But it's so available now that players now, young players, would be looking at these games. Someone would be looking at Carripier and maybe a left arm spinner, and they may actually be looking at Carripier and say, hey, I wanna bowl like Carripier. I like his style. I like how he plays. As you mentioned, even the walk. So sometimes players would want to walk like, who they look up to. And it becomes, it's interesting because it's a very touchy conversation, because sometimes persons may not agree with it. Everyone should have their own style. So there's a line that has to be drawn at some point. But I believe you could imitate some of the qualities of a player. I don't think you should mirror it, like side by side. But I think you could actually, pick up some of the good qualities of players. And at the end of 10 overs, the first power play, it's 65 for 1. So a really, really good start here for the Barbados Pride. They actually get their first batting point here. And they are in a very good position now. The Red Force now will be trying to pull back things, because in this second power play, they are allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And my correction, the power play would have been 9 overs. So the last over would have been the start of the second power play, because it's a 45 over affair. So
Correct.
So there's some changes even with the power play also in this match. So each bowler is allowed 5 overs. Each 5 bowlers is allowed up to 9 overs. And the power play, yes, was at the 9th over. So we are in the second power play at the moment. And they would have safely gotten that bonus point. So this second power play will be up to 27 overs. So it would be around the 36th over would be the second power play. And then the last power play will start from the 38th or 38th over. That last power play would start, which is the third power play. So,
and as you mentioned, that bonus point coming into this game, Barbados would have had 16 bonus points, and Trinidad and Tobago would have had 52 points in total and accumulated bonus points there as well. As we know, the whole intention around this bonus point system is in fact to just help in terms of the West Indies team and increase the run scoring of the batsmen in the local, regional, and therefore international level when they reach to that stage. It's all about getting a competitive score, and the system is intended to be a guide to the players in what should happen during the different phases of the game. So that's why there are different targets during different power plays. And Charles trying to just keep his consistency here, not let them score freely. But it's all about batting sensibly. And we know that difference and changes from last season. The batting power play now allows you 2 options to get the bonus points as well.
Definitely, and as you mentioned that, also there's even bonus points for batsmen too. So if you score 100 with a strike rate of 90, and that's a good shot there by Boucher, and Boucher now moves on to 44 from 30. And as I was mentioning, if a batsman score 100 with a strike rate of 90 or more, the team get a bonus point for that. So Boucher there really going at the moment. If he scores 100 at the rate he's going, they could actually get a bonus point from the batting. So and that's the end of the over, the 11th. It's 71 for 1.
Yeah, and definitely the feedback based on the bonus point system from last year is that they saw an increase in the average score at the end of the first power play in the regional circuit, and they're still trying to place emphasis on the middle period of the innings. We know that sometimes, as I heard Carlos Brathwaite mention in commentary, sometimes it's called the boring part of the innings, where the game just seems to be a bit mundane, but it's to increase the attacking nature and just sensible as Carripier continues.
Oh, and it's a quick single there, and they get it comfortably near. Not the most
very
powerful
soft
throw.
Indeed. And the thing is, Adrian, it's not always about 4s and 6s. It's just about rotating the strike. You can maintain that 6 runs per over by getting a single every ball.
Of course.
And look at the place pressure on the fielders. You can see Boucher has played really smartly. Anything with width on offer has been allowed to free his hands, playing through the offside, and some lovely drives as well.
Of course, and as you mentioned that, mentioning that you don't need to hit 4s, you don't need to hit a boundary every over, especially in the middle overs, because in the middle overs, the target, it's 5 for between a 40 to a 50 over game. If you score 5 runs and over and you don't lose more than 4 wickets, you get a bonus point. And that really helps the batting team, because at 5 runs and over the course of 30 overs, which is in the middle over phase, which runs from over 11 to over 40, it's 30 overs, and if you score 5 runs, it's 150 runs for 4 wickets, basically. And that's not bad, because remember, if you stick on target for the first power play, which is 2 wickets, so at the end of the 40th over, you could be like around 210 for, let's say, 5, and you have 10 overs left. So you're not in a bad position. So if you really stick to the bonus point, you don't have to stick to it exactly. It's a guide, as you mentioned. You could be a step ahead. Instead of 6, it could be 7 in the first power play. It could even be 8. We saw Jamaica at one time in the tournament was 9 runs and over. They were 90 for 1 from 10. So it's just a guide, and at the end of the over, it's 74 for 1. So once the team stick within those targets, it puts the team in a nice position to launch at the back end, because that's the problem with 50 overs cricket. If you don't get a good start, you lose out in the last 15 overs, and it's not a new rule, because 50 overs cricket has been around for years. So it's not like you're reinventing the wheel, but it's just that because you have the inclusion of T20 cricket, it's sort of upsetting the way cricket is played between the two between Test cricket and T20, and then you have the different power plays and so on. 5 overs in T20 and then 10 in 50 overs cricket. So it's all about balancing the way players play in terms of the different versions of the game.
Yeah, definitely well said and well explained there, Adrian. As you see, Charles continues. A nice dive and stop there to prevent a single. And at this stage, Red Force need to try and make something happen because Barbados Pride are going along very nicely and comfortably, just going at that 6 runs and over mark as they started the innings with and maintained consistently. Boucher 45 from 35 and Reefer 25 from 38.
Good feeling there.
And as you just spoke about batting sensibly and using the bonus points as a guide, you can see how it has affected partnerships as well. Because Boucher is scoring more than a run a ball and his strike rate is more than 100, it has allowed Reefer a bit more time to get himself into the crease, and they are still scoring at 6 runs per over. So it just goes to show you that you have to bat in partnerships.
That's
understand who's at the other end. If it's an aggressive player, and if you are more of a stroke player, you look to rotate the strike, while the other player looks to score the boundaries. Or sometimes you have 2 players of the same nature at the crease at the same time.
Definitely so, and we see partnerships being a very important part of this tournament. In particular, the Windward Islands, they have some good batsmen individually, but when it comes to the partnerships, when I would have looked at the way they constructed their innings when they batted, they didn't have, in this tournament, they didn't have much substantial partnerships. And that is, when you look at their position in the tournament so far, it really shows how important those partnerships is, because you cannot score big scores without partnerships. Because every time you have a small partnership build and you lose a wicket, the next partnership have to keep starting over, and it keeps starting over. So those big 50-run partnership, 100 runs partnership is very important for the 50 overs version. And at the end of the 13th over, it's 76 for 1.
Yeah, and as we look back at one of the previous games at the Queen's Park Oval, there was a very admirable partnership for the Jamaica Scorpions between Jermaine Blackwood, it was, and Carlos Brown, who got 100 in that game. And what was so impressive is that they lost 2 early wickets. The skipper, John Campbell, and also Kirk McKenzie, 2 of their premier batsmen. And then the ability of Brown and Blackwood in that match to just stabilize the innings, but also score at a healthy rate. And they got to that 100-run partnership. In fact, in one of the previous West Indies games as well, that partnership between Brandon King and Casey Carty, I'm sure you would have looked at it. That really warmed my heart as a West Indian cricket fan, I must say, because just looking at the way both batsmen approach their innings, the quality of the stroke play, and the sensible maturity as well, you know, it really is something that I hope would augur well and continue for these batsmen. As we see a bowling change, Yannick Correa, the leading wicket taker for the Red Force with 11 wickets, comes into the attack from the media end.
Yeah, so he starts off with a wide right away. Saw him warming up this morning, and he has a really big, he turns the googly really big. In fact, he turns the googly bigger than his leg break. And that is so interesting to see. And I know pretty soon he will be bringing out this googly. He'll be looking to get his length and line first. But these batsmen, they will have to look out for that googly, because when I tell you it's turning square, it's turning really, really square. So, as you mentioned, Carrera is the leading wicket taker for the Red Force team. Also, leading wicket takers in the tournament so far, you have Mindley from Jamaica, and then you have Jediah Blades. And a show there for LBW, but not out. What I like about this is that we are playing in Trinidad, and the wickets here, it's turning, and we have 2 fast bowlers leading the way in the tournament. And I'm really impressed by that, especially Jediah Blades. I saw him bowl, I saw both of them bowl, Mindley and Blades. And it really shows that even though the wickets may be friendly towards the fast bowl spinners, it's showing that if the fast bowlers bowl correct and they bowl how they're supposed to bowl, they could get wickets. And it's a nice effort here from the fast bowlers, because normally when you look at these regional tournaments, it's always spinners on top. But seeing pacers here is a good sign for West Indies cricket.
Yeah. As you refer to spinners, I think this is one of the first tournaments that you have not seen Veerasamy Permaul in the leading wicket taker column, whether it be 50 overs or the 4-day format. You know that Permaul is always there. And Makino Minley, leading with 16 wickets, picked up a 5 yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a big slug sweep there. Take outside edge. And it wouldn't run all the way to the boundary. So Boucher is on. He now moves on to 49. So he's one run away from a listy 50.
Good delivery from Karaya.
Yeah.
And you could see Django's reaction. He looked to Shannon Gabriel at fine leg, and they were just discussing maybe the possibility of a slip. Because had there been a slip, would have certainly gone straight to him. And uses his boot there, Karaya, to prevent Boucher getting to that 50. 14 overs gone, 81 for the loss of 1. And Karaya is also a player that you would have played with back in your day, Adrian. As we see, the players are going to arrange for the drinks break, or I think they'll have that after this over, as Charles is going to his mark. So, as we note, some of these players from back in the day, Yannick Karaya, Keon Utley, who's also on this team, a former teammate of yours at Presentation College Chaguanas, that is. And I recall being a youngster, as you were speaking about the influence of seniors, you know, just to show you how the world is such a small place. I remember as a youngster looking at UBAT in Guaracara Park, as well as playing for Trinidad and the West Indies. And at that point in time, you know, you were basically a local cricketing hero for a lot of youngsters. I remember many times picking up my bat and trying to imitate shots that you would have played, obviously not as good, you know, but the intention was certainly there.
Oh, good stop there by the veteran Jason Mohammed. And we could actually see the crowd showing their appreciation there for Jason.
Yeah, the family of Jed Gooley in the stands, also present at every game.
Well, nice and okay, Shav. I had a good, hopefully it was a good influence on you.
Oh no, trust me. I can tell you, I still can recall vividly that debut in Australia. That century, I mean, really was a wonderful experience to witness. I'm the sort of person
Oh, good stop there by Carrier. So the Red Force team have a nice little flow here in their bowling. They had a good over previously, just 5 runs off of it. And now 2 good stops. So Jason Mohammed and now Carrier. So sometimes these is the little key moments in a game that the fielding team try and capitalize on, because the game have little swings in it. And that's 50 for Boucher. So a really good innings by him, a strike rate of 121. And he's off that flyer here, and he would be looking to continue his form here in the CG United Super 50 tournament here in Trinidad and Tobago.
a really well played innings from Boucher indeed. He started off confidently from ball 1 and has just carried on in that manner, not really given much opportunities in terms of allowing the Red Force to get his wicket, but he's played smartly, rotated the strike, as well as taken advantage of anything loose and over. 50 from 41 with 7 fours in that, and the 15th over comes to an end, 84 for the loss of 1. And at this stage, the players will have a drinks break, and so too we'll have a break in the commentary booth and rejoin you shortly. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, as we resume this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride at this stage, 84 for the loss of 1 after 15 overs and just adding a single to that total.
Yeah, so Boucher there taking his mark, which kind of indicates that he is starting over his innings. So after a break, he has to concentrate again, start over, and he will know the impact his innings could have if he continues, because the rate he's scoring, he's definitely in a hurry. He's going at it, but we know that in this middle overs, this is why a batsman, you need to know how to change gears. Four fielders out on the boundary now, and the real intention here now would be to rotate the strike, get singles, twos, run hard, and he pulls there, but out to Isaiah Raja, just be 1 run. So Carrier here yet to really find his length and line.
And in terms of the break, so as a batsman yourself, Adrian, he got to his 50 right before the drinks break. Would you say that was an ideal time so that he could reset, or would you say that it might halt his momentum in terms of the flow he was going in his innings?
I think getting your 50, the fastest way to get your 50 is the better. You just want to get that out and then resume your innings. Because sometimes when you reach those landmarks, like especially it happens before 100, sometimes there's a bit of a lag to get to 100. And sometimes you eat up dot balls, you know what I mean? Everybody's anticipating it. And it's sort of, and he goes there and 6 runs. So a big hit here by Boucher and goes over the head of Utley, who's a really tall man. And he's taken and continuing that same fashion here, Boucher.
And just a bit too much flight there from Correa. Allowed him.
Which is not
It's not
bad,
bad at all.
Yeah, because he takes on the long off.
Correct.
So
And as you see, Keon Utley was in fact inside of the rope a couple steps.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if he stayed out on the rope, if it might have been closer towards his hands. But 6 in the end.
oh,
And
very good
that's
delivery.
right on cue there. As you said, it's not a bad thing, the
Yeah.
flight from Correa, because it just allows him to play with the mind of the batsman. 16 gone, 9-3 for the loss of 1. But look at this peach of a delivery here from the leg spinner.
Yeah, nice to see him spinning that leg break, as I mentioned, because he, when I played with Yannick, he used to turn the leg break really big, but the googly wasn't so good at the googly. It used to just go straight on. But I saw now that he did a lot of work on the googly, and sometimes what happens is that when you work really hard on the googly, you could lose your leg spin. And I think that would have happened to him a bit, but it's nice to see that he's getting that leg break to go.
And Charles really hasn't gotten the amount of purchase he would like. And similarly, as you referred to bowlers in the modern format, he's just pushing through the ball rather than allowing it to flight more often than not. Does mix up the flight in between the deliveries, but you can see again there just pulling it down and a bit too short. Sometimes bowling to the right-handed Boucher, he's just drifted into the pads and allowed him to work it into the leg side. But Charles is such an intelligent bowler, he just has to use that flight and vary his delivery much better on that occasion. And you can just see a simple thing as an off spinner. You can use the crease. Sometimes you bowl to the left of the crease or the right of the crease, even a couple steps behind. And it just allows you to vary that trajectory of the ball. And again, a better line delivery, but Boucher favoring that leg side and just working it across. So Barbados Pride continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking and putting that pressure on Trinidad and Tobago. Have not lost a wicket since the first over with that run out, and steady partnership going here.
Yeah, it's really nice to see here for the Barbados Pride team. They are continuing to really keep the runs flowing. It's nice. I love to see a big partnership. I think anybody in cricket, you know, if you're looking at the game in itself, and you're not looking at a particular team, when there's a nice partnership, there's a nice flow of runs and so on, and it really asks questions now to the captain on the team now, because he has to do something now to break this partnership, because if this partnership isn't broken, it could have a lot of problems here deeper into this game. So at the end of the 17th over, it's 97 for 1.
Yeah, and just looking at this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup, we do know that they have a lot of bowlers and a lot of variety on display. In fact, I think from 1 to 11, everyone in the team can bowl, as we see a shot there.
Django could bowl too?
I'm sure he can. I haven't seen him bowl in a match, but looking at them training the nets, all of them can bowl. Keon Otley also can round his arm. But, just goes to show you, they have Mark Dayal with the off spin. They have Isaiah Raja, who can bowl a bit of leg spin as well. Tion Webster, who bowls some right-arm medium pace. Jason Mohammed with that off spin, who flies the deliveries and gets the batsman out many times. It's correct.
Good deliveries. Yeah.
So it just goes to show you, sometimes even if your premier bowlers are not getting the wickets, not to say that they aren't bowling well, but sometimes you just have to change it up and try a new initiative.
That's right. Especially here with this big partnership building. This partnership now with 90. And she's dropped him. So Carrier there, losing out on that opportunity. Dive into his left, but it should have been taken.
Had he held on to that, Adrian, I think we would have had a guarantee for one of the catches of the tournament. Look at this attempt here from Karaya. It was struck powerfully away to his left. It was in his hand and just slipped out at the last moment. But having got there, as you said, and also knowing his standards for himself, he would have wanted to take that catch.
So well fielded there. So yeah, unfortunate there, but as you mentioned there, it's a really good attempt by him. But those are the little moments, as you mentioned, in a game. You're trying to break a partnership. And if he had held on to that, Boucher there would have been gone, and it sort of put that spook in the wheel. And that's why that saying, catches win matches, is always, it will never die, that saying.
It's really down to those fine margins of the game. As this partnership is approaching 100, you just wonder if he took that catch, got that wicket, whether it would have caused a difference in terms of the Barbados pride and their approach. Already having an excellent start, they might want to capitalize, maybe play a bit more aggressive, or just continue along the same vein. And sometimes for the bowling team, 1 wicket can lead to 2 and 3.
That's right. Flight to delivery there by him. It's driven. Oh, and that's 4 runs. So
that's a beautiful square drive from Boucher.
So really rubbing salt into the wounds here. Boucher after that missed opportunity. A nice square drive there by him. Flight to delivery.
And the placement was really spot on, because Mark Dale was on deep extra cover, and you can see he was running across, but the timing from Boucher.
Excellent.
And that ball, even though the outfield was a bit down this morning, you clearly saw no signs of it there.
And outside edge there taken. It's racing away to that boundary. That boundary there is really quick. So that's 4 runs there again to Boucher. So expensive over. 10 runs off of it. It's 107 for 1.
And that's a better length from Karaya. A thickish outside edge. In fact, I would say Boucher played that smartly in the end, because as you saw in the replay, he just opened the face of his bat and maybe played with a bit of soft hands, knowing that there was a slip in play. And as you know, rubbing salt in the wounds of Karaya, dropped the catch, and then 2 fours back to back. See some of the production staff, as well as us in the commentary booth. That's great work all around from the team here at 360. As Charles continues from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
And I'm amazed with how quick the outfield is there, because that ball just literally came off the thickish outside edge and ran away to the boundary. So the oval outfield here is really lightning quick.
Yeah, if it's one thing, the ground staff at the Queen's Park Oval have been working tirelessly day in, day out to ensure that the conditions are favorable for play. And even the head curator as well, Mr. Andy Alexander, you know, many times I've been a member of the Oval myself, Adrian. I would come here to either use the gym or the Nets facilities, and I would see them working all hours of the night, all hours of the morning, and really doing well to ensure that the conditions are ideal for cricket.
Yes, definitely. And I saw Mark Dial there on that mid-wicket boundary warming up a bit, so we may see him introduced into the attack pretty soon. So this will be his first outing here in this tournament. So it'll be nice to see him. I believe he will be playing in the Guyana tournament in Guyana, the 2020 franchise tournament. So yeah, he's definitely warming up. So
he was part of the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders team as well, but we didn't really see him feature much. I think he had an injury during the tournament, so was unable to play.
Someone walking behind the side screen, so he's he now realized that he shouldn't be there.
Just raises his hand to acknowledge. And it just goes to show you that even sometimes at the cricket field, there are people who aren't aware of what's going on. 19 gone, 109 for the loss of 1. Barbados Pride maintaining that healthy run rate, not losing any more wickets, apart from that of Zachary McCaskey, who went for Golden Duck via the unfortunate run-out route. Be run out in the first over is never an easy thing for an opening batsman, but he's back in the hut. And the Red Force, as you see some discussions between Karaya as well as Keon Otley and the skipper Carey Pear, they're just trying to decide, you know, something different here. Maybe a bowling change, maybe a field change. You have to get into the mind of the batsmen. You cannot allow them to just continue scoring so easily and so effortlessly, because at this stage, Adrian, they're just milking them for runs. They're just getting the singles without any difficulties, and when there's any loose delivery on offer, they either hit it for a 4 or a 6. And really and truly, the innings from Boucher is a testament to staying at the crease, and runs will come.
Yeah, definitely. Their partnership now is over 100. So it's really good here for the Barbados Pride team, not so good for the Red Force team. So if they don't, as I mentioned, if they don't break this 100-run partnership here at the moment, they would be under some really they would be under some pressure here in the especially in that last power play. So the Red Force team, they would need to really, try something. They need to do something different, as you mentioned. We know that they are second on the table at the moment. They're in a good position to qualify, but it's also important now that the momentum, you have to maintain that momentum, because next week is playoffs, semi-finals, finals, and the team, when you look at Jamaica has picked up some momentum now. And we know in these parts of the tournaments, the team that actually picks up the momentum, and that's a paddle by Raymond Rifa, but
Premeditated shot.
So the momentum is crucial now, because interesting shot there by Rifa.
Yeah, you could see he looked to play the shot before the delivery was even released, and he didn't have enough time to get out of it, but still resulted in a single in the end. And Rifa is playing a nice hand as well, not scoring as aggressively as Boucher, but maintaining that balance and that partnership at the crease.
Yeah, they actually, and that's the important thing about a partnership, is that both players have to know what role they're playing. And clearly we could see Rifa playing that stabilizing role, just batting along, getting the ones and twos, and Boucher is going along freely. And that's the components of building a partnership. is really understanding your role at the given point in time for the situation. So, because cricket is a game that is always changing, because wickets fall, you have this target, you have that target, but you have to adjust there and then. And that is where the experience comes in. That is not something, because the coach is not in the pitch with you. The captain is not on the pitch with you as a batsman. You have to understand the situation and look at the scoreboard. And you and your partner figure out, okay, how we going to play the situation. You use calculations, you use statistics, and you need to figure out what we need to do. So Barbados Pride, they lose an early wicket. It's 113 for 1 after 20. They lost an early wicket, and Raymond Rifa would have came in and they would have discussed, okay, how are we going to go about this thing now? Because no one was expecting a wicket to fall, in the first over. So those are the things that to build a partnership, as you mentioned, it's so important that players need to understand their role, because Rifa is somewhat of an aggressive batsman too, if he wants to. But it doesn't call for that at the moment, because you have Boucher who's scoring at around 120 strike rate right now. So clearly good work here by the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, and you would see that at the start of his innings, Rifa was aggressive indeed, but just decided to peter and measure his innings as he went along, knowing that Boucher was more aggressive and taking the attack to the bowlers. So we're going to see another bowling change from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Mark Dayal replacing Brian Charles, like for like right-handed off spinner. And similarly, we have a change in the commentary booth. Esteemed legend in the industry,
Legend, you say.
Mr. Vidan Babchan, welcoming alongside me.
Well, your check is in the mail, Kishal. Good start. Great start here by Barbados. It's good to see Dial in the mix here as well. But, even Sid Gray was telling me, former Soca warrior, man who played at the World Cup in Germany for Trinidad and Tobago at the football. He was telling me just now that he could bat on this track because it's so easy to bat on.
Yeah, it really is. And they were just wondering at the toss right before it took place, the Red Force coaching staff, whether to bowl first or bat first. And there was a bit of moisture, as you see that one, just a bit uppishly from Rifa, but there were a couple moisture spots that Carey Pear was adamant he would have been able to get some early wickets from the Barbados batting lineup, but clearly it has gone the other way.
Yeah, they've batted well here. Perfect start. 113. Driving a bit uppishly. I've noticed that with referring this over twice.
And noticeable difference is that Dale is a bit slower through the air than Brian Charles, so it could be one of those factors in terms of just not timing the ball. Similarly, you would have grown accustomed to Charles just pushing through the ball with some more pace.
Yeah, on tracks like this, I heard Adrian Barrett earlier on. He did mention that there is significant turn. So on tracks like this, you don't want to be pushing it through, because if you push it through, you negate the fact of these guys getting the ball to grip. You need to get it to grip. Turn, yes, but what I'm seeing is slow turn.
Yeah, definitely.
Boucher has been good. 71 of 62. Say good morning to all the lovely viewers out there in the Barbados. And very special good morning to David Archibald Linwall Harris.
Yeah.
I think I might have forgotten 2 names there for him still, but that's enough. He knows who I'm speaking about. End of the over, 115 for 1.
Yeah, I'd say a special good morning to one of my colleagues who is a Trinidadian living in Barbados as well, Mr. Antonio Alain. He said he's locked on right now to the game, and he was in fact the project manager for the ICC T20 World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking on intently, and I'm just curious to which side he's supporting. Having ties in both Barbados and Trinidad, we know that there's always a good symbiotic relationship between both countries, and the argument over the flying fish, as they would say.
All the time, yeah. There's always this argument about the flying fish that Barbados normally gets from Tobago.
Correct.
Why is that, man? Come on. 115 for one. It's going to be Carrier. That's good. That's good. A good line there from Carrier. You, of course, being a former Trinidad and Tobago youth player. Off spinner.
Yes, off spin indeed. Would have played alongside the likes of Isaiah Raja and Vikash Mohan and those guys who were involved in the national setup. In fact, Brian Charles was under my steed at one point in Presal Sports Club, as well as Kamal Puran, so it was good to see familiar faces out here.
It's been around for quite a while. Of course, my first encounter with him was way back in 2009 in New Zealand when he represented the West Indies at that World Cup. A number of those guys have gone on to represent the West Indies. Greg Brathwaite for one, Jason Holder, Shane Dorrich, Jermaine Blackwood at that time was an off spinner who played. John Campbell. So a number of these guys, even Carrier himself has gone on to play for the West Indies. In the air. Oh, a good effort by Raja there. He had to cover a distance as long as point 14 to quarter speed, and just in the end couldn't reach it. You can't fault him for effort.
Yeah, definitely. And the ball seems to be following Raja all parts of the field. Had a slight misfield earlier, and this time he did cover a lot of ground, as you said, and it still was some way out of his reach. So, I'm not sure if he could have done much more on that effort.
One of the better fielders on the domestic circuit here in Trinidad. So, I think if he can't get it, no one can. Just to give our Barbadian viewers an appreciation of how far that was. That was actually, he was running from the airport and he had to reach Shifet in Bridgetown. Better, much better by both Carrier and of course Boucher. Boucher is a busy little player, isn't he?
A really intelligent player indeed. And he has been scoring above that 100 strike rate and really hasn't taken much unnecessary risks. Apart from that shot in the previous delivery, which was uppish, all of his previous boundaries were either along the ground or played into a safe and vacant part of the field. And a lot of quick singles and using soft hands in between to rotate the strike.
Rifa would have served the Jaguars for a number of years during that win streak where I think they had 5 successive regional titles. So he's back home. When I say 5 regional titles, I mean first class. Trinidad and Tobago being the most successful of the teams in 50 over cricket, followed by Guyana. Oh, this is driven beautifully. And the man from Wim in Tobago gathers it. And they come back for 2. And of that over at the end of 22, it's 1, 2, 3 for 1.
And this stage of the innings, you can see Barbados going along very nicely. What do you think the Red Force might want to introduce to see if they can get a wicket and just get some inroads into that Bajan batting lineup?
Yeah, well, I think the introduction of Mark Dial is to probably do that, just change things up a bit. The Barbadians might not know too much about Mark Dial as an off-spinner. And then there's always the choice of going to the man with the golden arm, which is Jason Mohammed. So try something out of the ordinary just to try to throw these guys off.
Yeah, as I was telling Adrian as well, there are a lot of bowlers in this Red Force lineup that the skipper can turn to and ask them to try and come and get a wicket here. Tian Webster with his right arm medium variations. Isaiah Rajo bowls some leg spin as well.
Yeah, there are a number of them who can probably come in just to change things up a bit. Another thing that they can do, as the Barbadians look very relaxed at the moment, they look as if they're at Bronx Beach on the south coast. Driving. Reefer, very intelligent player himself. Reefer has been around as long as the Oval, hasn't he?
A stalwart in regional cricket.
I like Dial so far. He's hit a good spot. He's turning the ball, not generously, but he'll be right there at you all the time.
And they're playing him much more cautiously than Brian Charles as well. That's monitoring because of his variety and the difference in the speed of the delivery as well as the flight.
Down the ground, single.
And again uppishly from Reefer. You can see him just rehearsing that shot thereafter. Thankfully, all of those upper shots have gone into a safe part of the ground, but living a charm life right now as he goes on to 42. Boucher with nice use of the feet and plays it smartly. So just continuing to rotate the strike. No real boundary scoring opportunities of DL thus far.
Just the 5 runs in the 11 balls that he has bowled so far. But more importantly, they need a wicket here to break the momentum. Batting has become too easy. Both Reefer and Boucher has batted solidly, as solid as the economy in Barbados under Mia Amma Motley.
Yeah, one of the most infamous political leaders in the region and by extension the world, Mia Motley. Seems to be well loved wherever she goes.
Wherever she goes, yes.
Really charismatic personality. We're going to see a bowling change from the media center end. It looks like the big fast bowler Shannon Gabriel.
Well, you asked for it. You asked for something to be done. They've gone for the hitman. And that's Shannon Gabriel. I think in a situation like this, the captain may just be asking him to give me 2 or 3. A quick overburst. Just attack. See what you can do.
Yeah, that's to change it up. Even though he has gone on in age, Shannon still is a very competent fast bowler and looks even stronger, I might say.
Yeah, he's a wicket taker, isn't he? And that is one thing that you can't take from him. Maybe expensive at times, has problems with that no ball, but generally, he gets you wickets.
He's done excellent for Woodland in the domestic season as well.
Oh, that's a poor delivery, pulled away for 4. Really bad delivery. And that is what you call a loosener.
I think that ball didn't have the usual pace that you expect from Shannon Gabriel because it just seemed to have stood up in the pitch and allowed Reefer. Yes, in fact, he had to wait on it, that Raymond Reefer.
Imagine waiting on a delivery from Shannon Gabriel. Never happened before.
How times have changed. I guess he shot it as well with a bit of a chuckle on his face. Probably never happened to him before. Sure, this one is going to be rearing at Reefer. On 47 inch and closer to that 50.
Squeezes his pass backward point. It's running away down to the boundary. 2-man effort to get it back.
And smartly played into the gap, just opening the face of the bat. And one of the veterans on the boundary there, Jason Mohammed.
He's fit as a fiddle. You know, I was looking at him recently and I was remarking to Riyad Emrit, who's the assistant coach, that this man has to continue playing for Trinidad. He's delivering and he seems as fit or even fitter than anybody.
Yeah, and he's Mr. Consistent every season, at least for the past 5 years at minimum. He has been one of the top run scorers for the team and recently in the wickets column as well.
Short, pulled away. There's protection. The difference between that delivery and the one that he struck away for 4 was that this had pace. So it came on to him. He just couldn't hit it forward of square. And he had to go down behind square for 1. End of the over? Is it? No? Half of the over. That's a 50 for Reefer of 72 deliveries. Excellent knock. You would have seen the entire 50. Your thoughts?
Raymond Reefer, he came to the crease and seemed a bit unsettled initially. Was a bit aggressive at the start, but when he saw that Lenico Boucher was scoring freely, it allowed him to settle in, take his time, and play a very well measured innings to get to his half century. As you noted, Reefer has been around the regional setup for quite some time, and his good performances with the Guyana Happy Eagles have allowed him to be called back into the Barbados Pride setup. And there's no better feeling than playing for your country and scoring runs and representing them well.
Yeah, an excellent knock. Can't beat experience, could you? Gabriel is pulling that one back. You know, I love that story, and it's always good to hear stories at cricket. That story that Adrian Barrett gave this morning, that Darren Bravo was really a right-hander. Yeah. That was interesting to hear.
Yeah, definitely didn't know that fact about him. And the way he plays similar to Lara, you would swear that he was born with a bat in his hand.
Yeah. A little birdie did whisper to me that he's coming back to play for Trinidad. One hopes that, not Barrett that is, but Bravo. I think that is something that we all look forward to. Chance for run out. Was it Boucher or Gabriel got struck there? Let's have a look at that again.
Gabriel's reaction wasn't too pleased. Mark Dale with the throw.
It's Boucher. Ooh.
I think it's
Definitely Boucher. Couldn't be Gabriel. You don't pelt the big man. Yes, and on the back of that, I think there was also a situation with Sachin Tendulkar. I think he was a left-hander that turned to right because he, in the alley where they played cricket, the windows were on the side, would have been on his own side batting left-handed. So he decided to bat right-handed.
such fine intricacies in the game.
Here is Gabriel. It's a good delivery. Can't stop the run. Looks very disappointed indeed. Gabriel 4 was none for 39. Hasn't been his best today, has he?
Yeah, the most expensive of the Red Force bowling lineup at this point, and definitely not what the veteran would have intended, but he has bowled some good deliveries in and amongst the spell, just straying and line on a couple occasions and conceding. The thing with his pace is that once you miss your line and the batsman get the slightest of touches, would speed away to the boundary. Looks like it's going to be Dale to continue. He's doing well from that Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Trinidad and Tobago staring down the barrel of a huge, huge target here. Something needs to happen.
The pitch seems to be ideal for batting at this stage. Whatever moisture might have initially been there is certainly gone, and the track is just easy and flat as you see some of the spectators.
Yep, I'm sure a lot of moisture is in that cooler.
It's getting close to lunchtime as well. Everyone getting ready to have a bite.
Oh, he's bowled him! Change of pace there from Mark Dial. He enjoyed that, didn't he? A thinking cricketer has gotten the breakthrough for Trinidad.
And you can see the celebration definitely seems to be part of the plan from the Red Force lineup. Mark Dale, excellent variety on display. Was flighting the ball and bowling at a slower pace, but change of pace there, quicker through the air, and got a slight bit of purchase as well. You can see how passionate he was, pointing to the stands.
Boucher goes for 81.
138 for the loss of 2 in the 25th over, and a very important breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And look at that delivery. It nipped off the pitch, in fact, and just hit the inside pad of Boucher before going down to the stumps. So, neat bit of bowling there from Mark Dale for a right-handed off-spinner to get a right-handed batsman clean bowled is always something that shows initiative.
Yeah, he did change up his pace, as you rightly said. He was quicker through the air. And also on pitching, he still got it in it back. Could change up. And this is what you get from Mark Dale. He always tries something. And he's brought the breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago. Now, what they would wanted was Kevin Wickham comes in. They would want to see if they can nail another one here, just to push the Barbadians back.
Yeah, that would be the ideal mindset of the Red Force at this stage. However, it's not going to be any easy feat at all. Kevin Wickham, in fact, one of the top run scorers for Barbados in the tournament. He has the high score of 118, as well as 232 runs at an average of 46.4 coming into this game.
Wickham has done well. And he will want to continue. But it's Dial he has to contend with. Mark Dial, I think he leaves shortly for Abu Dhabi to play in the Abu Dhabi T10. I think he's playing with the Northern Warriors. And Keon Otley is with Sampami.
Sampami also going to feature in the upcoming Dream 11 T10 as well.
They have been doing that for the last couple of years, actually. Making a contribution to Trinidad and Tobago's cricket as well. Dial.
It really is a great...
Did someone tell me that you actually put your name in the draft?
I did.
Why didn't you whisper to me? I would have chosen you for Sampami.
Definitely.
I only saw that on 360's internal chat after the fact. My, you would have been on your way.
Yeah, I had some recent bowling spells that were lucrative, so I was encouraged to throw my hat in the ring at the end of 25, 140 for the loss of 2. But, I wanted to see if I would have been picked by any one of the teams, just out of curiosity.
Well, I'll tell you something. There's always a situation where players could get injured, and you never know. There's always a late call. I think long time, I don't know, probably way before your time, there was something called a late call for common entrance. so you never know. I think Dylan Sharma, more in his era, there was a late call. Did he get a late call to Naps? We'll have to find out. Naprima College, of course, winning the semi-finals yesterday of the Intercall in Trinidad against Presentation College, would you believe?
It seems to be a force of habit in terms of beating Presentation College.
I think it's abuse. As I said yesterday, I think it's abuse now. Come on. Gabriel. Much better. Your thoughts on Gabriel continuing?
Gabriel, I definitely think, being the premier fast bowler in the lineup, he does have something to offer for the Red Force team. Also, they do have the option of Joshua James as well, the youngster. But just because of Gabriel's wicket-taking ability, as you referred to earlier. He has that extra knack. Yes, he might be a bit expensive, but take nothing away from his ability to come into the attack and prize you a wicket or two with his type of deliveries. I'm yet to see that blistering Yorker from Shannon Gabriel that has been a wonder to observe over the years. Many times, even in the early days when he used to play for Presell Sports Club quite some time ago, I saw him shatter many stumps, break them in half, have them spiraling out of the crease. So
It's quick. Probably not as quick as before. Slashed away nicely. Languid. They're going to come back for two. Easy on the eyes there, Kevin Wickham.
excellent work from Tian Webster on the boundary as well. Ball was running to the ropes quite quickly, and Webster at full pace and then timing that dive properly. And many instances when you look at cricket and you see players diving, it looks to be simple, but a lot of factors take play. The right speed, the right time at which you leap forward, whether you fully extend your hands or halfway, depending on how close the ball is. And excellent on that occasion from Webster. Tunon Wickham to get off to a flyer here. He's in a very great run of form, the right-handed batsman.
Much better. Back of a leg. Gabriel getting into his work here. And of course, you know, he has been out, so the more work that he does, it's better for him.
It's a shot of one of the physiotherapists in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup.
Strong guy. Gabriel, speaking about strength. He's a strong man as well. Just a couple seasons ago, he had England all at sea, Gabriel. You will well remember that series in the Caribbean. Down the leg side, wide signal.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel was at one point, he was the most feared fast bowler in the world, I would say, when he was at his prime with the West Indies team and bowling consistently at that 90 miles per hour mark. And, you know, he really has been a consistent performer over the years. But as all things with time and age, doesn't have the same pace as before, but certainly has the intelligence and the maturity and understanding of the game to impact it in a positive manner. Just his presence in the Red Force team, I'm sure, would impact them positively.
Well, you never know what can happen. Guys, and I take your point. Guys like Gabriel, they can just show up and give you a spell that could make all the difference. It's much better over at this time. Four runs coming off it, but what he needs is a wicket. There's nothing, you being a bowler, there's nothing that makes you feel better than just getting that wicket.
Especially a fast bowler who's running in hard every delivery, and Gabriel's run-up is no short run-up indeed. In fact, it's on the edge of the 30-yard circle. So when you exert that amount of energy and effort to get to the crease, you want to get some reward.
Gabriel's run-up is so long. I actually thought he was coming to give a message to one of our cameramen, not knowing that was his run-up.
I thought he probably spotted one of the guys carrying the lunch containers around the field.
That's a different story.
Yes, you can see that he's definitely laboring out there. And I wonder if we might see the man with the golden arm feature soon. I just think that anytime Jason Mohammed has the ball, he can make something happen.
Something happens all the time.
By all means, he was traditionally a batsman, and I dare to say that now he's a full all-rounder. because you can call at him at any time with the ball. He's ready and willing and able. Gabriel looking to finish strong. Let's see if he can prize a wicket.
Struck on the pad. An appeal, more in optimism than conviction. Let's have a look at it again.
No signal of leg by from the umpire, so could be just a bit of an inside edge.
But you can see from the natural angle that the ball was actually going in. You know, Gabriel brings the ball back in sharply as well. The umpire would have that knowledge. So that's the situation. 145 for 2. In fact, 26 overs bowled.
This stage, the projected score 251. And I'm sure if they continue to have wickets in hand as they approach the last 10 to 15 overs, they would look to get even above that. Still have the captain, Kyle Mayers, to come as well. Kyle Mayers, one of the leading 6 hitters in the tournament, 9 sixes thus far.
It's going to be Dial to continue. There's evidence of the turn that we spoke about.
Yeah, DL has really done well. Economy of just under 3 and over. And while the other bowlers have been easy to just milk the runs off, it's made it difficult for the batsman using that flight and turn an offer. They push for 2 and they get back home easily in the end. So we come into the crease and not looking to waste any time. Want to maintain that scoring rate. And Boucher would have insisted, and even Reefer, now that he's got his 50, can look to increase his scoring rate while Wickham gets settled in.
Yeah, well, you know, it's like you guys were discussing early on. It's all about knowing your role in a partnership. And with Wickham coming in there now, it's easy batting. To be honest, the track is good for batting. A lot of runs. This surface is pregnant with runs. And he will want to play his shots as well. They can't lose the plot here. Let's get Reefer back on strike initially and let him prosper.
Yeah, it really is a testament to the work of the curators as well as the initiative. And that's a lovely shot.
That's a beautiful shot. That I enjoyed. Just going down the track. Look at this. Using his feet nicely. And all along the carpet. He poses for the camera and realizes there are none.
But thanks to the excellent work from our cameramen, we're able to see the ball hit the ropes neatly. And such elegance on display from Wickham. You know, he even opened the face of the batter, and despite coming down the crease, he waited on that delivery and in fact made it a low full toss as he met it. So excellent use and finding the gap as well.
Let's see how Dial responds. End of the over. It's good to see Dial not going flatter or faster because he was struck for that 4. And at the end of 27, it's 151 for 2.
And you were mentioning the quality of the pitch in terms of the batsmen being allowed to score runs more freely. And, you know, kudos must be given to Cricket West Indies in terms of the initiative, as more emphasis was placed on the preparation of the pitches in Trinidad for this tournament, with curators working together with the ground staff at the various facilities to ensure the best preparation as possible to make it better for batting. And it's understandable that the wickets would wear as we are coming into the latter stages of the tournament, this match being the 26th. And I must say it really has held up well to this stage.
It has, you know, and that, of course, 2 things leads to that: the experience of the curators and the fact that at the Oval you actually have 8 pitches. They're not using all 8, but they're rotating well. But a good initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board to have the curators fly around, the head curator fly around the Caribbean, and in this case he's in Trinidad, to just work with the local groundsmen, impart some knowledge, because you have, of course, 3 venues here in Trinidad, here at the Oval, the Barbados Cricket Academy, and of course the UE Spec. They've taken a leaf out of the book of the ICC, who normally has Ron Atkinson in and around for World Cups and ICC tournaments, flying around just to ensure the quality of the tracks.
Skipper Carey Pear brings himself back into the attack, and you can see the noticeable improvement of the pitches in terms of the amount of runs that have been scored in this tournament, and batsmen getting better opportunities to show their talent. In fact, just I was chatting with some of the ground staff at the Queen's Park Oval prior to the start of this game, and they were indicating the amount of knowledge that they have gained from the head curator just from his interactions with them in the preparation of the pitches and even on game day as well. It truly is an invaluable experience.
I'm going to make a statement. I don't know how that will go down with you, but I always think your cricket is as good as your pitches.
Yeah, definitely agree. You can't, after that, so you can't be playing on pitches that are substandard and expect your team to go and perform at the highest level and play to the highest standards where pitches are obviously of a different quality. So you have to raise the level all around.
That's the arm ball, deep in his crease. Wickham. Elegant looking player, Wickham. Sweeping and sweeping well. Raja is quick, but not quick enough.
Body line delivery there from Pierre. The end of 28, 156 for the loss of 2. You can again see just trying to push through that delivery on the line of the leg stump, and nice looking sweep shot there from Wickham. We saw a similar shot being played from Boucher as well.
Yep, and the line all wrong, misguided like Gordon Pay on that occasion.
Wonder what Mr. Pay is up to.
Well, he's in Antigua at the moment, representing Cricket 360 as we're about to broadcast the first class, well, not a first class, but a 2-day game between Bangladesh and, of course, our West Indies select team.
As you mentioned that team, I was just wondering on the non-inclusion of Amir Jangu.
Oh, that's well bowled. It was a strange team, wasn't it? Because I would have seen Ran Bandu. No, I'm happy for Ran Bandu. But Bandu has never played for Trinidad at this level. And so I was thinking, probably Sammy's back, across, sweeping, only one. Now, had Bangladesh, I was thinking they probably asked for left arm, back of the arm spinner. But then if you look at the West Indies team, there are none. So I'm a bit perplexed by that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not too sure of that selection. We know that Navin Bidesi in the call out to the squad, as well as Sharon Lewis, left arm seam bowler.
They are getting some turn. You can see Wickham trying to drive it through the offside. Goes down yawn. Are you left arm orthodox?
Right arm,
Right.
finger spin. I used to say off break, but due to, injuries to my fingers over the years, just vary the grip on the ball and use subtle differences in delivery.
Your uncle Ravi Deonarine, he was, I think, left arm orthodox, was he?
Yes, indeed.
Left-handed batsman as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ravi Deonarine served South for many, many years. Very good friends with David Mohammed. David Tess Mohammed, I'm sure he's looking on. From New York. A man who, I'll give you a funny story about David Mohammed. That's Dial. Trinidad and Tobago won the 50 over tournament back, I think it was in 1991, at the Queen's Park Oval. It was then known as the Geddes Grant Harrison Line Cup. And David Mohammed was sent to open the batting with Phil Simmons. And it showed the mentality of the cricketers back then and the strength, the mental strength of these guys. During the lunch break, the innings break, David lost his contact lens. He then tried to borrow contact lens from Richard Smith, not knowing, well, obviously everyone has a different prescription. He went out to bat with Phil Simmons, and he said he was hardly seeing the ball because Malcolm Marshall was, and these guys were, Garner and Marshall and these guys were in the attack. He said Phil Simmons told him, David, just get a single, just get in line. Even if it hits your body, you can look to just rotate the strike, get me on strike. And such was the mental capacity and the fighting spirit of David Mohammed. Trinidad and Tobago won the title. David Mohammed scored 75.
Wow. Truly is an amazing story indeed.
Short, pulled away just out of the reach. And the man there carrying short mid-wicket, and it goes for 4.
Half chance there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Carrier, an excellent fielder as well. And leapt high into the air. I don't think it was close enough to him. Valiant attempt after we saw an acrobatic effort earlier off of his own bowling with a drop catch off of Nico Boucher.
Oh, nice use of the feet. Raja has had a lot of work.
The ball has just been following him from the first over to the last, and I'm sure he's going to be very warm for when he has to take to the batting. Usually opens or bats at number 3. Interesting to see where he would play today. And as you mentioned that story, just in my mind, I'm reflecting on the different caliber of the players from those generations in terms of the mental and physical strength.
Sweeping and sweeping well. Only a single again. Raja is there. End of the over, the end of 30, it's 165 for 2. You are making a point before you make your exit.
Yes, just in terms of the caliber of the players from those generations gone past, even as Adrian was mentioning before, when you would get struck or hit, as in that instance he didn't have his contact lens so he couldn't see properly, their determination for the game and their drive to represent their team would have just took precedence over anything else. There was not even a notion of complaint because they would rather die fighting than just give up the battle overall.
Yeah, David Mohammed was so good. He came up at the wrong time, I thought. I think had he been around now, he would have walked into the West Indies team and sit in the front of the bus. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back. It's 165 for 2, and Barbados continues to prosper well. I'm sure that Conde Riley will be having a lovely afternoon looking at this score as I welcome back Adrian Barrett.
Hi Vinod, thanks for having me again, and good afternoon to all the viewers around the world and the Caribbean.
This is going to be Dial. Dial has done a good job here. 5 overs, 1 for 18.
Yeah, definitely so. He's gotten his chance today. I believe this is his first game of the tournament, so in the back of his mind, he has a point to prove to himself, and possibly some of the players and even the management and stuff. So he's just happy to get the opportunity and represent Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, like anyone else, you're sitting on the bench and you want that opportunity to go out there, but when you go out there, you have to make use of it, and he's doing that.
Definitely. And as I was mentioning, that sometimes there will be players who will be on the bench for a long period of time, and sometimes you may think you might never play a game, and then there's an injury and sometimes a change in team, like in this situation here, and then you find yourself in the 11, and sometimes you're not switched on because you don't think that you might be in the starting 11 the way the tournament is going. And it's always so important that if it's 12, 13 and 14 man, to be prepared for any opportunity that could come your way.
Well, that reminded me of the opportunity that you got in the Champions League in India. All you wanted was one look in. You got that, and the rest is history.
Yeah, well, when you're young, you're always trying to knock on the door, and opportunities are what you're actually looking for, because sometimes you're trying to get an opportunity on a senior team where guys are almost could be twice the age, and you're trying to actually knock down the door and try to get in the team. So you're always looking for the opportunity, and you have to do well.
I remember that night you knocked on the door of Colin Board, and you told him, back then, manager, all I need is one chance, just one chance. Because initially at the beginning of the tournament, you weren't in the final 11. I think Sunil Narain, for that entire tournament, was on the bench.
Definitely. So, I don't think after that Sunil was on any bench again for any tournament.
I don't think so. So it's going to be Pierre to continue. He has done a good job. His 7 overs for 35 on a good track for batting. But he's bowling to Kevin Wickham.
Target, carry pair. As he mentioned, he has that arm ball. So not too much spin. We realize the wicket has flattened out a bit. So really good here for batting.
Well, carry pair, no big turn off the ball. Subtle variations. Sometimes big turners don't really get wickets.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes even with fast bowlers, if you swing the ball too much, you miss the edge. You hit the pad, it's going long leg, it's missing the off stump. So you just needed to move just enough.
Yep, single. Tarifa continues to bat properly here. Partnership so far 30.
Down the ground, one bounce to the long off fielder, Brian Charles.
Mackenzie is one of those fleet-footed players. Tend to want to use his feet at every opportunity.
Yes, that's why he's such a good player of spin. Because using the feet is so important to play in spin when it's flighted. It gives you sort of that advantage to get to the pitch on a spin wicket, and he goes a big slug sweep here by Rifa, and that's 6 runs into the CL's financial stand here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, well, you call it, using your feet. Here he is, a shimmy down the track, and then just getting it in the slot. Had he stayed back in his normal stance, he would not have been able to play that shot. So they're ensuring that Carey Pair continues to think here.
Yeah, he's playing a different role today. He's the the stand-in captain, would be for the rest of this tournament. He's taken over the helm from Joshua De Silva, who is moved on to the West Indies Test team. So he's in a different role here. Normally, the captain is usually doing most of the work, setting the field, doing everything. So it's not always easy, Vinod, when whether you are a batsman, or in this case you are a bowler, and you have that added responsibility on your shoulders now, where you're not just thinking about your bowling, but the entire game.
Yeah, it changes some players, it inspires some, works differently for different men. Did you captain any of Trinidad and Tobago's team coming through the age group level?
Yes, I captained the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team twice.
I think you all won the title on both occasions, did you?
We won the 50 over, on my last year, we won the 50 overs tournament in Barbados. Yeah, so we played in St. Kitts and Barbados as captain.
It's going to be pair.
High
Oh
delivery.
my. Well, he moved short mid wicket. He put him to backward point. So that was definitely, if I was expecting it out there, gets a single, if you want to call it negative bowling, whether he's just looking to ensure that he's not hit away. Probably economical bowling is a better term. At the end of 32, 176 for two more thoughts from the former West Indies opening batsman Adrian Barrett.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, that was a really expensive over. So he looked to really kind of close off the over and just one run off of it. So a big six was struck off that over. That over by pair. So DL continuing, as you mentioned, is really economical. 19 runs for his 1 wicket, 6 overs. So he's doing a good job here so far.
Backing away and bowled all over the shop. And Dial points to someone special. A third wicket has fallen.
Yeah, so really good bowling here by Dial. He's really tight. He's bowling wicket to wicket, and 2 of his wickets here fallen via the bowled route. Bowling down. Boucher now he bowls down. Refer the 2 batsmen who were actually going big, who actually were looking like they were going to score 100. Dial takes the breakthrough on both occasions.
Well, there was Reefer pulling away. We have seen him. We have seen him do that a number of times this morning to access the offside, to get room to play through the offside. That one, if you look at it carefully, Adrian, it held its line. Normally, he will turn it away from Reefer. Look at this. It held its line and bowled him, cramping him for room. He could not play the shot. I tell you something, Dial is making a statement here that he should be included for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity here now for him, because these guys left the West Indies Test team. We have Terence Hines, who would have left for the T20 team. And now, getting this opportunity, this is crunch time now. The Red Force team, you basically say that they qualify at the moment. And what they, in the back of their minds, they would be thinking about next week, when the semi-final period, the final period of this tournament, the playoffs are going to be next week. So Dial now making a statement, and he is looking to be included in those lineups next week come.
Yep, he's showing that he's in form, at least with the ball. Of course, Dial primarily a batsman who can bowl. He's the cousin of Nicholas Buran, the son of Darren Ryan Dial, who would have played for Trinidad and Tobago back in the day as well. Left-handed opening batsman.
Oh, and that's a good shout.
Let's see that again. Dial was confident, and then he tells Django, we can probably cool it, probably an inside edge.
Look like a pitch outside, off stump.
Yep.
Playing a shot. So good decision there by the umpire. It looked out from first glance. And he goes again.
What is Myers trying to do here? Let's have a look at that again. Myers, the captain, has just come out. There's no need for that.
Yeah, I think it's not that they need quick runs at the moment. Doesn't look like it going down. Yeah, I think he should at least. I don't think he need to be in a hurry. It's a good start, 176 with 3, and there's a lot of overs still in this game. Look like would be about 12 overs after this one, so it's a good period for him to be in because he's a big hitter of the ball. But you still need to respect that. Dial is bowling well, and you still have to play yourself in.
Well, he's in the midst of a good spell. This could be a wicket maiden if he holds strongly here for this last delivery.
Oh,
he's beaten. Dial is really bowling well here. A wicket maiden, 173 for 6 after 33. We'll have a look at that. And here it comes. Oh, again, another delivery that held its line.
As you mentioned, he's spinning the ball, or the movement is just subtle enough. It's not spinning too much, so he's really using those slight variations. And there's a bowling attack from the media center end.
It's going to be Joshua James.
So he's bowled 2 overs. The fast bowlers haven't featured that much so far in this game. But with 9 overs, a bowler is allowed to bowl up to 9 overs in this innings, which would be 5 bowlers have that opportunity to bowl up to 9 overs. And at some point in time, these pacers will have to come back into the attack. So he has a lot of overs in him still. He still has, and may not be able to bowl out his entire spell, but at some point, James and maybe Gabriel may have to feature again in this Red Force attack.
A good start there by James. Just getting that one to lift a bit.
Yeah, he's a tall guy, so he has that ability bowling from a high trajectory. Once he puts some effort, some muscle into it, he will get it to bounce. So nice advantage for him, because a fuller length delivery could actually be bouncing more.
That shot pulled away. Quick to get on to that there, Mackenzie. Obvious talent here, Mackenzie. Sorry, Wickham. I'm saying Mackenzie. Kevin Wickham has really impressed since going out there, Adrian.
Yeah, he's a good batsman. I saw him a couple times in this tournament, and he's what is impressive as a Bajan batsman. He has that ability to play spin, which is really good. He's a good sweeper of the ball. He uses his feet to the spinners, so good talent here.
Looking for 2. Mahazi will get it. A weighted shot. There's no way that Webster could have gotten to that quickly enough.
Yeah, well played there by Myers, and that's the important thing about, as you mentioned, that would weighing the shot. Sometimes you hit the ball too hard and it just goes for 1, but it's very sensible by him. There's no one in the 30-yard circle just in front of square on the one side. So if he just take the pace off of the ball, Myers, and hits it between mid-wicket and square leg, that's an easy 2 runs there.
We saw that just now. No need to play silly shots here. Struck full on the pad. Definitely struck outside the line of the leg stump.
Yeah. So just about that outside leg region. So yeah.
Not a bad over. Just 3 runs or 4 deliveries here from Joshua.
Yeah, it's going really well. Number 51 is Riyad Emirates number, and that would be 4 runs. So as you mentioned, a good over.
The commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Emirates, who's the assistant coach, would not be happy with that delivery.
Yeah, really poor delivery there by him. Not sure what he was thinking exactly. Maybe he was trying to go fuller, maybe trying to look for a Yorker. But
Miles didn't get excited. Just stayed calm. Was able to get it away for 4.
yeah, as he mentioned that he would have also been aware that that fine leg is up. So good awareness here by him, because normally Mayers would have looked to hit that over the Trini Posse stand, but was able to just place it there nicely for 4.
Good comeback. Good end to the over. 183 for 3.
So really good weather here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's looking, this morning it didn't look too good there. Some rain, some weather was threatening play at the start. We had a wet outfield, sort of dampish, sorry. And any more rain would have really affected this game, but the weather has been good to us, and Barbados are going along really nicely.
We have been told that there's a lot of rain in the east and south of the country. Thankfully, it hasn't reached the Oval, so that we can get in a full game. Well, at least a 45 over encounter. But to see rain at the Oval this morning, I didn't see any at all. It's overnight rain and overnight and early morning rain that have left some areas damp.
Dial, 2 wickets, 19 runs, 7 overs. And he has to Wickham, he has a long off, a long on, deep mid wicket, and a square leg on the boundary. So no sweeper on the offside. So vacant territory there if he bowls outside off stump, and Wickham being a very good driver of the ball. But Dial keeps it straight, a very strong onside field here. So Mayers now comes on strike. Pushes the square leg on the boundary. Mayers need to be careful, because Dial, if Dial misses that bat and that pad, you have to be very careful there.
He's bowling wicket to wicket, Dial.
Right, that's right. Again, oh, that's a big hit.
That's out of here. That's down to St. James. It bounces way beyond the electronic scoreboard.
Wow.
All of a sudden, here's a run-up play. There he is. Going big, Myers.
Yeah, that's his strength. He loves to hit into that mid-wicket region, and whatever wind there is at the Oval at the moment, once he gets the proper elevation, he was able to get that there for 6. So,
well, the wind is strong. You look at the flags fluttering on the far side. The wind is blowing in that direction. So he's sitting with the wind. Of course, Tial should be taking the ball away from him. Not much turn on that one. It was angled into him. So, Myers means business.
yeah, he saw the over before. He was targeting that area. This time, as you would have mentioned, you need to sometimes take a couple balls to play yourself in, and then all of a sudden you're able to. Okay, this one is up in the air, and it goes to carrier, and it's a brilliant catch. So a wicket here, another one for Dial. It stood, and you could see the expression on his face here.
How about that? Dial getting Boucher for 81, getting Reefer for 70 odd, and now Myers, the heart of the middle order,
That's right.
ripped out by Dial. Any advice shot though, Adrian?
Yeah, that was too full. Mayers would know that delivery was too full, and as you mentioned, it's going slightly against the turn a bit. Just hit 6 runs. I don't think it was even there to be hit for 6. So very unfortunate there for him. Another wicket here at a crucial time for the Red Force, and if they keep getting wickets in this period, it will definitely set back things for the Pride and sort of bring the Red Force back into this game.
Yeah, I think the pride, losing a wicket at a critical stage there, and the captain of all never looked as if he was going to be permanent towards the back end of the innings. Always looked as if he was going to play his shots and he was going to live vicariously. And he has gifted Dial his third wicket. Dial is taking a serious claim here.
Yeah, Mears is, he's normally an aggressive player, and in the last game he played here also, he sort of, once he sees it there to hit, he will go. But in this case, it wasn't there, and he paid the price there by Mark Dial, who's really impressing everyone here at the moment. Crucial part of the tournament here for him, and it's nice to know that the TNT Red Force have these players that could come in and really be able to make an impact right away. So, Demetrius Richards, the new batsman, coming in at 6. So crucial period of the game here for the Pride.
Looking for the single. Ooh. A big man. James had to get down. I'll say good morning to Azad Mohammed. He's looking on at, he's a coach, cricket coach, looking on at this game from Orlando. And he said that it's funny that we would mention David Mohammed, as he grew up in Gasparilla and was known as Chucky. And his famous line at the time was, "Oh, flick man." He was like a rock and made batting look easy. So good morning to Azad. Good afternoon to Azad. And whilst Dial is taking all these wickets, his dad sends out Saturday morning greetings.
That's so nice of him.
Yep. Really nice lad. Dial.
I actually played against him in club cricket here in the domestic level.
I think
Cuba Sports he used to play for in those days. And be really happy with Mark today. Mark Dial, his son. And that's worked on to the fine leg. Direct hit.
belated appeal there from Django. Let's have a look. Didn't see much in that.
So good direct there by direct hit by Dial. So showing he has that fielding ability also. So he's sort of a all-round, good all-round cricketer. He's a batsman, a bowler, a fielder, and I guess that's why he's so sought after in the different leagues around the world. He's a very useful cricketer. So Wickham is 22 from 30 deliveries. A bit of a consolidation period here for the Barbados Pride, and this is what happens when you lose those wickets in these situations, because you were in a really good position to capitalize probably from the last 10 overs, which would have been from now, but because those wickets fell, it sort of curtailed the attack of the Barbados Pride innings, and it pushes it back. Maybe they will have to wait maybe to the last 5 if they keep these wickets in hand to really go at the Barbados Pride, the Trinidad Red Force team. So at the end of the 36th over, it's 194 for 4.
3 for 27 Dial, 9 for 37 Carrier. At some point we're going to see Carrier back, but for the moment it's going to be Dial, the man with the golden arm today.
Yeah, definitely. So we see the power play here, the third power play being put into effect by the umpires. So this would be 5 fielders now allowed out of the 30-yard circle. So Dial continues his attack. A bit of a change in field here again. So now they realize they could put out the extra man.
Yep.
So Joshua James now going on into that deep backward square position. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper on the offside boundary.
Dial.
Oh, in the air.
So they're nearing the 200 run mark. Already an impressive score. Sensible batting over the last 9 overs or so can take them probably up to around 260 to 70.
Easy single there. Fielders now hanging on that 30-yard circle.
Richards on strike.
So I'm now doing some calculations there, Vinod. Not too sure how accurate I am, but at the end of the second power play, the Barbados Pride needed to be at 195, and they were 193 for 4. So they missed out like a, if I'm not mistaken, a bonus point by 2 runs.
And this is why the technical team needs to be in the ear of the players, letting them know what's required and when, because these points, a single bonus point could add up to so much in the end. I remember 2 seasons ago, Trinidad and Tobago lost the under 17 title by 0.5.
Wow. Yeah, that is how important it is. And it's nothing extravagant, if it was like 10, 15 runs I could understand, but 2 runs is within that striking distance without affecting the game, maybe not losing an extra wicket.
They are lucky to get away with that. It was a bit short. Richards just in. End of another excellent over there from Dial. He completes his spell. 9 overs, 3 for 32.
So 8 overs remaining in this innings. 199 for 4. What score would you reckon after the loss of 4 wickets? What do you think would be on the minds of Vasper Drakes and Ryan Hines right now?
Well, Wickham is still there. He has batted well. He has been unforced. Richard seems to be a busy little player. He's going to try to give him the strike. I think with 9 overs, you're looking to probably get up to around 260, 265 from this position.
Yeah, which is not a bad score, because it's not a 50 overs game. It's a 45 over affair, so you need to keep that in the back of your mind. So 260, 270 would be a pass score. We saw that teams who score 280 plus here batting first have won their games. So that would be a very good score for the Barbados Pride.
So Carrier is back.
So he's into his 6th over. He's 38 runs, no wickets off of his 5 overs. So Carrier is the leading wicket taker for the TNT Red Force with 11 wickets. So he has an opportunity here now to come back into the attack and maybe pick up a few, because the batsmen at some point would be looking to up the ante. And because of that risk factor now, sometimes it opens up the avenue to get wickets. And Jason Mohammed there have some work to do on that square leg boundary. And 2 runs to Wickham, who now moves on to 25 of 34.
Yeah, Mohammed has been one of the boundary riders. Has done well. Testament to his fitness. 202 now.
Oh. So shortish delivery, but big spin on that one. So Wickham not able to make connection.
Very close to the off stump.
So we see here now Wickham playing differently here. He sweeps and it will land safely. He comes back for another two, so he loves that sweep shot.
Nothing controlled though. There's a top edge element on that. Just not enough to reach Raja.
Thankfully to him, he didn't get more on it because he could have held out there to that mid wicket fielder. So really biggish mid wicket field here at the moment. He pulls, but straight to Raja again.
He'll be disappointed there. That was short and just didn't pick his spot properly.
Yeah, that's a really bad delivery there by Carrier. Straight to Raja. And he's also hitting with the wind, so it was an opportunity there for a 4 or a 6. Full toss.
So that brings the over to an end, 206 for 4. Carrier completes his spell. In fact, no, it's Pear who has completed his spell. None for 48 of 9.
Dial also.
Dial as well, 3 for 32. So let's see who's going to come up from the southern end. May well be Jason Mohammed, who knows?
Yeah, I don't think I haven't seen him much today. I don't think he has bowled. Yeah, Jason hasn't bowled for the day. So Charles now will be replacing Dial from the pavilion end. Brian Charles has 4 overs remaining. So the bulk of the overs would be between Carrier, Charles, and you have Gabriel and Joshua James. Unless the captain decides to go with Jason Mohammed or Webster. Generally, those are the bowlers who would be looking to bowl the rest of these overs. So Barbados Pride will look at these bowlers and decide who they are going to target.
Well, Charles just has 3 because remember each bowler has only up to 9. So he'll want to at least get into the wickets column. What they need to do, and they've done it well recently, is to break the momentum. Every time you're a threatening partnership where guys can settle, they're taking wickets. Another wicket or 2 here could really affect the final score.
That's right. That's partnership 17. So a little bit of a partnership building here at the moment. See some sprinkle of fans here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a crowd. I think it's more of a gathering. Wickham must look good. Imagine that. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. You're expected to see a bigger crowd here, and it's on a Saturday.
Probably the stream here is so good that persons don't need to come to the game.
Well, I've been logging in by the thousands, we know that, but
I've saw 200,000
Yep.
viewers the other day.
that's quite right. That's all over the world, though. If you're in and around Port of Spain, you want to come and support Caribbean and his team.
So Charles, former presentation college Shogunas, schoolmate of mine also. He would have been there when I was about to leave, he came in, actually played with him. I think we played intercol together at Guacara Park in those days. So at the end of another over, a really quick over, it's 210 for 4.
Dimitri Richards has a role here now with Wickham. This has to give him the strike, and there you see some of the patrons at the Queen's Park Oval enjoying their favorite beverage on a Saturday afternoon. Probably have gotten rid of all the house chores,
Hope so.
all the mowing of the lawns, and one hopes that those guys weren't sent by their wife to pick anything up in the grocery and just forgot. Carrier. None for 44. 6 overs.
So it's coming up to that crunch time here now in the Barbados Pride innings. So very soon, if the Red Force team, if they don't continue taking wickets, we are going to see a change in the gears. And that's a wicket there. So Yannick Carrier picking up his first wicket.
Well, that, he has been struggling, and we said earlier on that it's nothing better for a bowler to get a wicket. That would have been sweet for him, as sweet as a Tobago flying fish in Oystons on a Friday night. Look at that.
It's a perfect delivery by Carrier, and I believe that Wickham there would have premeditated. He's looking to, to actually increase the scoring rate because he actually is 30 from 41 deliveries, so he wasn't going at the fastest rate in the world. And at some point, we know that there will be a change in the tempo here. And in this situation, it works in favor of the TNT Red Force.
Yep, and they continue to take wickets. That's the only way to fight back from what was happening earlier. And Wickham losing his wicket, dancing down the track. I want to leave you speaking about dancing. There's a man who loves to dance. He's dancing his way into the commentary booth for the last 5 overs or so, and that's Keshav Bahadur Singh.
Thank you, Vinod. And we thank you for your long spell. And now we have Keshav, who will be joining us to see how things would pan out here. There's still 5 overs after this. The Red Force team have been taking wickets frequently for the past 10 overs, and every time the Barbados team decides to go at it, they have took wickets and really affected their scoring rate.
Yeah,
So
good afternoon again, Adrian. Pleasure to be back in your company. And we've seen a good change of events for the Red Force. Picking up a couple of wickets, and that one taking the outage of the bat uppishly, but safely before Tion Webster. And you can see, as we were mentioning in our initial commentary spell, the difference that a couple of wickets can make in terms of the momentum for the batting team.
yeah, certainly, it's really curtailed the attack of the Barbados team, and they come through for a quick single, but I believe they will get there comfortably. And yeah, it really affected them, because we knew by now they should have really been taking the attack to the bowlers, but those wickets that the Red Force, they sort of pulled back the game, because in the first there was a lot of at the second power play it was 193 for 4. The first power play 60 for 1. So the Red Force team they could basically say they won the second power play to extent, and that's in the air a bit. That's 1 run.
Yeah, and just missing that extra point by 2 runs, is it? Note that you were mentioning alongside with Vinod the fine margins of the game, and he recalled the under 17's unfortunate situation, the Trinidad and Tobago under 17, that is, in terms of losing out on the regional title by 0.5 of a point. So it just goes to show you that the bonus point system adds a lot of flavor to the game itself. Always gives you something to keep thinking about and adds that competitive nature to the game.
Yeah, and it's I know that the Trinidad Red Force are already qualified. It's all about that first and second spot now. Based on how this game goes, they could end up, based on the bonus points, they could end up on top. But the Barbados Pride in particular, uh, and Trinidad Red Force to an extent, based on the points and how it ends up, it decides who plays who. Sometimes those things are starting to play in the minds of the team now. If we win, we will be here on the table. If we lose, we'll be here, and that decides who we will be playing against. So it's one of those cat and mouse games sometimes, where teams may want to play this team in the semis, they may not want to play this team, and it changes things a bit because it have a situation where they could end up back in the semis, Barbados and Trinidad. It could happen.
Yeah.
So
Lots of possibilities on display. At the end of 40, 2-13 for the loss of 5 wickets. And as you mentioned, these two teams, Trinidad and Tobago second in the standings right now, and Barbados third on the standings. Trinidad and Tobago with 52 points, 25 of those being bonus points, and Barbados third with 43 points, and 16 of those being bonus points. So you can see that Trinidad and Tobago doing well to just keep.
they're pushing here for 2, and they come back really good running here. Smith, as we know, is a really good. He's actually the brother of Dwayne Smith. So Dwayne Smith also being a very good runner between the wickets, and he also has that same ability, Kima Smith, to run quick.
We also know Dwayne Smith's ability to hit the ball quite powerfully.
Look how quick he is.
Yeah. Ticks off.
Oh, a bit of a. We need to be careful there, Webster. So we see a slip there. We knew that there were a bit of moisture on the outfield. I hope he's okay.
Seems to be alright. Just you can see the mark that his boot left in the ground. So probably when he was rushing to the ball to pick it up, might have just skidded a bit. And thankfully he's alright. Don't want to have any injuries to any of these players out there as they go into the business end of the tournament with those semi-finals upcoming.
Goes big, and that's 6 runs. It sails out of here.
Charles on that occasion 2 full, and just allowing the batsman to play that shot quite comfortably. You can see he stepped back and across as well, so the delivery was outside of the off stump, but based on his shuffling across the crease, he was able to play that quite comfortably over the leg side for 6. And again, it just shows you the difference in Charles, his bowling speed compared to that of Mark Dale. And you see why Mark Dale was troubling the Bajan batsman more in terms of just flighting the ball and allowing it to grip and turn. And sometimes even if it doesn't turn and just grips, it can grip, and those slight movements off of the seam. We saw Dale, one of the dismissals turned into the right hand, the batsman clipping the leg stump. Another dismissal just pitched and held its line straight on. So subtle differences and variations in terms of those delivery styles would have allowed him to be the premier bowler this evening for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, and these situations here, a guy like Mark Dale, he's very known for that.
Is that your former teammate there, Kean Otley, just having a stretch out of the sun beneath the scoreboard?
Yeah, taking a bit of a break, maybe.
Very unusual position to see. Well, let's hope everything is okay with him as well as Charles continues.
A rare dot ball so far.
And you were going to mention about the difference in terms of the flight and the spin. So you as a batsman, from your perspective, what would be more challenging on a surface such as this?
Yeah, I think bowling wicket to wicket, as a spinner, if you're bowling wicket to wicket, it makes it a bit more challenging sometimes, because especially batsmen today, they love room. You know, they love to hit. As you could see, some of the guys actually stepping away. You saw Rifa did it a lot, stepping away to make room on the offside. So once you keep that wicket to wicket line and you bowl with that sort of trajectory like DL, how DL bowled with those slight variations. And sometimes you don't need it to turn too big. Just enough as DL has been doing. So anytime you miss, he hits, whether it be the wicket or your pads. And more times or not, he would be more successful because as a batsman, you always need to be taking the risk to be creating room. Rather than if he's bowling outside off stump, it's easier to free your arms and sort of use the pace of the ball. But once he's bowling wicket to wicket, you have to actually generate that force, whether you want to hit straight back, you have to take a chance to slug over mid-wicket or make room to hit inside out. So at the end of the 41st over, it's 224 for 5.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the emphasis of the mental aspect of the game, as you spoke about earlier, the psychology of the bowlers as well as the batsmen, and just to always keep them thinking, because you don't want to get into a comfort zone either as a bowler or as a batsman, because sometimes you just go along with the natural flow, and that's when your game might reach to a sort of a stalemate, and neither team might be looking to take the initiative over the other. But it's always about getting that upper hand in cricket. Have to use all of your tactics. And that's why in this modern day and age, with the technology we have and all of the analysis that's done, as well as performance analysts, and each team has their own analysts to look at players from the other team, see how they usually play, their strengths, their weaknesses, and they're able to determine prior to the start of a game how they wish to focus on a game plan. So it's not like back in the day where you just go by word of reputation, where you go by facing the bowler for the first time when you see them. Now there's so much of footage and so much of different things to allow them that advantage.
And that's a reverse sweep. But he's gone. So Carrier here picks up his second wicket. And Richards trying to play that reverse sweep, and he holds out there to which would have been cover. And that's the end of him. So another breakthrough again by the TNT Red Force team. Carrier here now really showing his quality. He's the leading wicket taker for them. Now from 11 wickets, he moves on to 13 wickets now in this tournament.
And as Vinod mentioned, he was struggling a bit earlier, and he said he just needed to get a wicket. He got the first wicket, and you can see already it has brought another. And the thing is, Carrier has bowled well throughout the entirety of the tournament, being a right arm wrist spinner, bowling leg spin and mixing it up with the googlies and flipper and whatnot. It's never an easy task. So to maintain that and to continue, persisting with the flight and with all of the different tricks that he has, it really is commendable, and he's been rewarded now with his second wicket.
Yeah, and I knew that this is an opportunity for him, because they have basically, after this over, it's just 3 more overs. When he came in, there was about 6 more overs remaining in the Barbados Pride, and it sort of looked poised for him, because it's like he didn't have any wickets, but now with the intent of the batsman, he will have those opportunities now, because the batsman will be taking more risk. And so far on both occasions, you see the 2 risk factors. When the batsman played risky shots, you see a reverse sweep here now. In a normal situation, the batsman probably wouldn't have done that, but because of that risk factor now, Carrier here getting that extra, benefiting from that, and he's doing well, because it could have been a situation where the batsman is dominating him and scoring boundaries, but really stepping up to the plate here for the captain, Carrier. Ooh. Big turn there.
I think that's probably the most turn we have seen from him all evening. He's definitely revved up here, Carrier, into his 8th over. And one more after this. We hope that he will be given that final over. I think based on his bowling form within the last couple overs, he should. And that's an excellent point you made previously, Adrian. Just about these cricketers, they have to use their knowledge. Carrier, vastly experienced, but sometimes you just need a little extra spark, give you that push, that momentum, that energy.
Yeah, Carrier He is a momentum cricketer. He thrives on wickets, and that is why Vinod would have mentioned that, because he's not one of those bowlers that just like to be bowling and containing. He likes to get wickets. Every bowler likes to get wickets, but you know some guys just look at economy, not career. He's a wicket taker. He's a leg spinner, and leg spinners basically their whole concept is to get wickets. That is a leg break bowler because they're risky, but at the same time they bring wickets. So he's doing really well here so far. Those 2 wickets, he's gone for 50 runs, but in the context of those 2 wickets, he has really brought some, as you mentioned, a spark, not only to himself, but the TNT Red Force team.
Yeah, leg spinners really are trump cards in the team.
Oh, flighted by him.
It's a beauty again. The googly turning sharply away from Dominic Drakes. That completes the 42nd over, 227 for the loss of 6. And lovely delivery from Carrier, pitching just on around middle and off stump. And look at that turn, Adrian. You'd swear it was an off spinner bowling based on the amount of purchase he got there, Carrier. But as you were talking about leg spinners, I recall a joke from one of my colleagues, former West Indies leg spinner Rajendra Danraj. Was one of my colleagues and former classmates at the postgraduate in sports management. And he was saying that leg spinners are essentially gamblers, because when you have a leg spinner, you're always taking a chance, either a chance to get wickets or to concede runs.
That's right. Oh, a leading edge. Keema Smith. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's always that attacking style that they have. The most economical leg spinner I would have known or played with is Samuel Badri. He came up with the whole concept of being a leg spinner and having a good economy rate. So before that, it didn't really exist. Now we have Rashid Khan and these guys who you would say patterned the likes of Samuel Badri.
Spot on there.
Oh, and that's a good shot. And that looks like 4 runs. So a good shot there by Drakes right away. Sees the opportunity, and it was there to hit. I must say that. It was in the arc, as we mentioned, that room there. Once the batsmen get that room, they will make you pay.
Yeah, what he did well there, Drakes, is that he found the gap, because there is protection on the offside. There's a long off as well as a deep cover, but that deep cover has now moved just to where that ball in fact was placed. And now he goes again attempting a repeat, this time straighter down to long off. So Drakes certainly in the T20 or T10 mindset, knowing that there are just 2 overs after this one is completed. He's looking to score aggressively, and I'm sure he'd want to get some quick runs for his team there. They will be aiming to get up to that 250 mark ideally.
Yeah, I think 250 is definitely on the card. So they would be looking at closer to like 265 now would be on the cards, because after this they have 2 more overs. So you're right, it could be probably between 250 260 would be the score they're looking at the moment. So wide ball.
Brian Charles, not his usual character in terms of always maintaining consistency and pricing out wickets.
Yeah, this period would challenge him a bit, because he's not so much of a limited overs bowler. He's predominantly, and this is out. And that's the end of Dominic Drakes. And Charles there taking his first wicket in his 9th over. And the Barbados Pride now losing their 7th wicket.
And as you can see from the replay there, Adrian, I think that was probably the slowest delivery that Charles has released in his entire spell, and it brought a wicket, because when you look at it, you can just see here from the moment the ball left his hand, it just hung in the air that extra bit, and that caused Drakes to mistime the shot, and skipper Carey Pear, one of the safest pairs of hands in the business, and definitely was not going to drop that one. So it just goes to show you, I think Charles there took a hint maybe from the bowling of Mark Dale on a surface such as this. And as you noted, usually he's not a limited over sort of bowler. Usually bowls in the 4-day format, and recently got his chance when he got called up to the West Indies team. Didn't get to play, but it's nice to see that he was rewarded in terms of his performance over the years for the Red Force team. And sometimes as a bowler, you might second guess yourself. You might tell yourself, if I bowl too slow or if I flight it too much, he was going to take me over the boundary easily. But you just have to back yourself with that confidence and know that you have the ability to get the wickets with the deliveries. You just have to use it smartly.
Yeah, as you mentioned, very good observation you made there. When that ball came out the hand, it sort of came out like a yo-yo. So it sort of like just allowed it to come out the hands, and it really didn't have much pace on it. And he goes again, but this time it goes for 6. So a big hit here. It had the elevation on it, but it goes all the way for 6.
And just look at the difference. Again, some flight, but just a bit quicker and into the reach of the batsman. Fielder was close. It didn't really pass the boundary too convincingly, but 6 in the end. And at the end of 43, 241 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, what I believe happened there is that it got the elevation, and there's some wind now blowing from east to west, and that, I think if he had hit that on the opposite side, he would have held out, but because of that wind there, it was able to go over that fieldsman. So a good shot for him, and their score now, they would be happy with that, because now they could be looking closer to that 260 now with 2 overs remaining.
As you spoke of the wind, we just want to say thank you to the weather gods for blowing away those menacing rain clouds that were threatening earlier in the day. Some brilliant sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ideal conditions. So Carrier into his final over.
So it brings Matthew Jones into the strike. Now, this would be interesting because normally Carrier leg break bowler into him, and we see that in the previous over, Jones already seems to favor that leg side region, but Carrier has that googly. So this is where your variations as a spinner comes in now, because he would be looking to possibly be going over mid wicket, or if he has that shot over extra cover, that would also be a option, or even straight. So let's see how Carrier and Jones match up here. So he tried to go straight, and he misses there, so it'd be 1 by.
As you rightfully predicted, the googly. I think for every delivery to Jones, he's going to be bowling that googly. Doesn't want to risk any leg spinner into the paths of the left-hander, who is swinging quite mightily at anything in his path.
Yeah, I think that is not a bad option to Jones. That googly took from Carrier. Down the ground. And that is a great catch there by Carrier. As you mentioned, one of the safest pair of hands in world cricket, I would say. And a brilliant catch there by him.
Yeah, and really no celebration, because it's just another day at the office for Carey Pair in terms of his outstanding fielding abilities. Look at that, Adrian. It seems so simple. He makes it seem so relaxed. But look at that catch. I mean, he ran forward, dived forward, and still took it with both hands.
Yeah, it was dipping on him. By no means, as you mentioned, it may look like an easy catch, but sometimes those catches that come at that height, you're in between sometimes. So at one moment, you were looking to take it, really put it's the Australian style. And then at last minute, he had to adjust and take it regulation style catch. So Carey Pair, the captain, going to that long one area, even though he's the captain, sometimes a captain may decide to stay close to the infield to kind of direct traffic, but understanding the situation of the game, he's going to that most favored area at the moment, which would be like long on and mid wicket. And because of that, he's able to capitalize and take that catch.
And to add to that, he was in the long off position in the previous over for Brian Charles. So as the skipper, he has taken the mantle on himself to go from long off to long off.
Definitely not easy to do.
I think it's just a testament to his game awareness in terms of, as you rightfully said, he's one of the best fielders in the team and knows at this stage of the game the ball would most likely be going to these parts of the boundary. Putting himself there. He's also very quick along the ground and can get himself to stop fours. So, by all means, no need for him to be in the circle in these last couple of overs. Enough seniority out there.
And that's up in the air. And it's down to Carey Pair again. And he takes it. So another catch here by Carey Pair. Brilliant effort here by him. Another wicket here to Yannick Carrier. So he moves on now to 4 wickets. Is it 3 wickets, Carrier? So a brilliant effort here by Carrier, but I must commend. So 4 wickets by Carrier to confirm. So he has really changed things in this game. No wickets in his first 5 overs. And now in the next, 3.5 overs, he has 4 wickets. A brilliant effort by him. But I must commend Carey Pair on his catching. And you really see that the captain here leading from in front, putting himself in the firing line in that long on region there.
Yeah, because even that catch, the ball went quite high. It was totally different to the previous catch in the over. Went quite high up into the sky where there's a lot of cloud cover, and he took it away to his right, which means that he was running at quite some pace and still had to shift his body around to position it and get that ball comfortably taken in the end. But, it's definitely a testament to his ability, Carey Pair. I wonder if Charles Chocolates might be looking to get him in an ad for their catch, Might be a good opportunity for him to look for some sponsorship or marketing here. And as you said with Karai and the momentum, he's into his last delivery. Can he get a fifer?
He's denied that, but there's a run-out opportunity. A good throw and another. Okay, that's finally it at the end of the over. It's 145 for 9 and 1 over remaining in this inning. So brilliant spell here by Yannick Carrier. 4 wickets, 53 runs, 9 overs. And he moves on now in the tally to 15.
Yeah, I think that means he'll be second on the list of most wicket takers, because Makino Minley having 16 with his 5 for yesterday. Karaya starting this game with 11 wickets and getting 4, so going up to 15. And he would take the place of Jediah Blades, who was initially second on the most wickets list with 14. And he surpasses Jamel Warrican, who I'm sure would be relishing the opportunity to come and bowl here to the Red Force batsman this evening. He's on 13 wickets. And as Kyle May has noted, since this morning, he said as the day goes on, he anticipates that the pitch would be turning more. And he's confident in the spinners that Barbados Pride have in their lineup.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing some rough already there on the surface. Outside the, off some there of the left-hand batsman, as we would see coming up pretty shortly on camera. But Joshua James would be bowling the last over here. He bowled 3 overs previously. He conceded 6 runs at an economy of 6 runs and over. And I believe if he can continue 6 runs and over, it wouldn't be a bad effort by him. But right away, the attack is on. They push for 2, but they will just get 1 run. So good fielding there.
And Joshua James, it's never easy to come back and bowl the final over after your initial spell was quite early in the innings. But he's been called upon by skipper to do a job. I'm sure the young man would want to do his best. Just ensuring that the field placing is ideal. And Javid Leacock, as you mentioned, the spinners from Barbados. He's now at the crease with the bat in hand. I'm sure if Trinidad and Tobago can keep him on strike, compared to the bulky figure of Matthew Jones, they would be better off in terms of less boundary scoring opportunities. But Leacock would want to prove them wrong.
It's down the leg side, and that will be wide. So still 5 deliveries remaining in this over. And Joshua James here looking to get, ball full into the pads. He has a pretty strong onside field. He has actually 4 men on the onside. So he has a wide sweeper, a wide fine leg, a backward square on the boundary, a mid wicket on the boundary, a long one, and a sweeper on the offside. That one there will go straight to backward square. So it brings Jones now on strike with 4 legal deliveries remaining. And a strong wind blowing across. He would, if he's hitting into the leg side, he will be hitting into the wind. Or rather with the wind, sorry. He'll be hitting with the wind. So he'll be targeting this leg side boundary at the moment. So deep mid wicket, probably be looking to Joshua Jones would be looking to bowl wide of Jones because he has a strong offside field here. He pulls it and drags it, and that would be 4 runs. That was hit really well by Jones, definitely favoring that leg side boundary. And it wasn't really straight. It was angling across, but not wide enough. And he was able to dissect those fieldsmen there and pick up 4 runs.
Sped like a bullet there. Powerfully struck from Jones. I think in addition to the strong breeze that we are seeing across the ground, just his bat speed as well might be adding to that factor. He's a powerful guy, is Jones. 11 from 4.
He goes again. This time, not the same sort of connection. Brings Leacock on strike. 2 deliveries now remaining.
Yeah.
153 for 9. So the best wickets column, but just 2 deliveries remaining. So they'll be looking to get close to that 260 mark.
Yeah, and I think just the fact that they have reached the 250 mark is, a positive for the Barbados Pride. That, again, psychological impact of having that score would put some pressure on the Red Force even before the inning starts, in terms of knowing the target that they have to chase is close to 6 runs per over.
Ooh, that's one there.
Tries to follow him.
And awkwardly hitting that out of mid wicket. So good delivery by him.
And more importantly for Barbados, it brings Jones back on strike. 254 for 9, 1 legal delivery left, and he has shown he is able to hit the 6s. Would they get up to that fabled 260 that we were speaking of? It's very possible indeed. And James himself hasn't bowled a bad over, to be fair. Just 1 boundary and a couple singles.
And he goes tick outside edge, and it will be 4 runs. So that ends the Barbados Pride innings. They get a boundary of their last delivery. They would be happy with that, and it moves them now to 258 from their 45 overs. Remember, it's a 45 over game, not a 50 overs game. So that would be a really good score for the Barbados Pride. So a good finish here by them, and it completes their innings. And now the TNT Red Force would be chasing 259 off of their 45 overs for victory.
Yeah, Matthew Jones with a quick cameo, 16 from 60 in the end to get them up to that competitive total of 258 for 9. And just to give you a quick recap of the scorecard from the Barbados Pride: Lenico Boucher top scoring, 81 off 72. Raymond Reefer, 70 from 94. Kevin Wickham, 30 from 41. the notable batsmen to mention. In the bowling department for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Yannick Correa, 9 overs, 4 wickets for 53 runs. And Mark Dale, 9 overs, 3 wickets for 32 runs, notably a maiden in his spell and the only maiden in the innings. Brian Charles also picked up 1 wicket, 9 overs for 47 runs, and no wickets for Shannon Gabriel, Carey Paye or Joshua James in this match. So at the end of it all, 9 extras in the total, wouldn't be too bad by the accounts, but 6 wides is something that they would want to take notice of, because at this point I think any sort of extras you would try to limit and diminish in terms of setting yourself those international standards and goals. So at the close of the innings of the Barbados Pride, Adrian, what are your thoughts in terms of their overall performance?
Yeah, I think that Barbados, they started off really well. They had a really good partnership at the beginning between Boucher and Rifa, over 100 runs partnership. They would have been looking to get somewhere around this score, maybe a little more with the start that they had. But after losing all those wickets and still able to get back to that 258 mark, I think the Barbados Pride are in a good position, in a fairly good position. The TNT Red Force team, they still have to be happy with how much they got them restricted for, because again, that they had a flyer. They got off with a flyer after the first wicket, the Barbados Pride. So it's a pretty even game at the moment. I think if I'm looking at this game, I would say it's a good game of cricket to sit and watch, because now TNT Red Force, now they need to come out now and they need to apply themselves in order to score this fairly good total here on a good pitch at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, definitely. So as we get ready for that exciting run chase, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will require 259 for victory. And as you can see, the groundsman just preparing the pitch in the interim, and we'll take a short break and come back to you with that chase. Well, good afternoon to all of our viewers and welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago in this match number 26 of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024 edition between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. I am Keshav Bahadur Singh, and alongside me, a former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago cricketer Adrian Barth. And we note that the first innings total from Barbados Pride was 258 for the loss of 9, meaning that the Red Force will require 259 in their 45 overs to achieve victory in this game. Adrian, how are you this evening, and your thoughts on the potential run chase for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
Well, they would definitely need a good start. They would have won the toss and they would have decided to bowl first. So I am guessing that this situation here is exactly what they would have been planning for, to bat second. I'm not sure how much runs they would have actually been looking to restrict the Barbados Pride. Maybe they would have looked for maybe 230 they were looking at maybe to restrict the Barbados Pride. So just about 20 to 30 runs, probably more than what they would have expected to. But I think with a good start here, they would, if they hit the targets, the bonus point targets, they would be in a good position here to set themselves up for victory. But the Barbados Pride, they're starting with Dominic Drakes from the media center end, and Keon Utley will be taking first strike. So some away movement right away from Drakes, left arm pacer bowling around the wicket. So it's a natural angle for him bowling to the left-handed Keon Utley. And good conditions here for cricket at the Oval. It's nice to see 250 runs plus. So shaping up to be a good game so far, and it would be up to the TNT Red Force batting to make it into a good one. Away again by Drakes. So a good start by him. He's putting it in that 5th stump, 6th stump channel there. So he's really asking a question for Keon Utley.
It's really a refreshing sight, I must say, to always see a left-arm seamer getting that natural swing movement away. And, you know, just looking at Dominic Drakes running in there for Barbados Pride, it gives me a bit of a throwback to Pedro Collins when he used to dominate the regional circuit, being one of the premier left-arm pacers back in the day. Of course, now he's involved with the St. Lucia Kings setup.
And also the CCC.
Correct.
Yeah, he's also part of the CCC along with Keno Mason and that coaching staff.
So for the left-handed seamer, getting that natural movement away from Utley, first two deliveries bang on target in terms of just tempting him to see whether he might come forward to possibly just prod at the ball and see if he can get a thick outside edge. There is only one slip in place on this stage. Two fielders outside the circle, the third man and the backward square.
Right on the leg stump there of Utley. So the Barbados Pride will be looking to get 3 wickets to get a bowling point. The TNT Red Force will need to score at 6 runs and over, not losing more than 2 wickets to get a bonus point. So just to keep those bonus points in the back of your mind as a viewer, because it will be in the back of the mind of the players here today. Solid in defense there, Utley. So 2 deliveries outside the off stump, 1 on the legs, and now that one there right in that off stump channel.
Yeah, very cautious start here from Keon Utley. Just looking at the ball, seeing what it's doing in this first over. Sure, they are way off the run rate, so by no means it's an intention of how they wish to chase. And again, they're solid in defense, so allows a maiden to be completed first up from Dominic Drakes. At the end of the first over, it's none without loss.
Yeah, so good good start here, and just to mention the points table, the Jamaica Scorpions on top by virtue of 1 point. They have played 53 points. Red Force in their 7th game now, and they are at 52, but those points, this is the current standard. After this game it would be updated. Barbados Pride currently, or before this game, 6 games, 43 points. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who have another game inside, they are 38 points. And then we'll get the Guyana Happy Eagles. They don't have any more games, and they are be out of the tournament. So
when you looked at the table there, Adrian, the most important thing to notice is the significance of the bonus points, because both Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados have the same amount of wins, same amount of losses, same amount of no results. But the difference in the two teams, as you see Matthew Jones coming into the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Yes, the difference in the two teams is in fact the amount of bonus points, because Trinidad and Tobago with 25 bonus points, they are on 52, and Barbados with 16, they are on 43.
yeah, very good point there that you made. A lot of bonus points the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force compared to the Barbados Pride, with the same amount of games, same amount of wins. And again, I'm not too sure, because when you think about it, Keshav, some teams may be actually calculating the bonus point, meaning they'll be trying to implement it to as much as they can. But there may be some teams who may just be allowing their players to just go out there and play natural cricket. What do you think about that approach in terms of going to the bonus point system to a T, trying to get as much as you can, or just go out there and play cricket?
I think it's ideal to have a hybrid or a balance between the two, because at the end of the day, the name in itself speaks to it, bonus points. And defense again sorted from Webster. So the whole point of the system is that at the end of 2 overs, just to do it, another maiden completed, none without loss. So Trinidad and Tobago starting off a bit quiet here. Both Keon Utley and Tian Webster facing a maiden each.
Yeah, so it's like a 43 over game now.
Precisely. But yeah, just to add to that, Adrian, I think that the whole point of the system is that, yes, you are going out there to play cricket and play a natural game, but these added incentives are a guide to help improve your game overall in terms of increasing the run scoring and also lessening the amount of wickets that are lost.
So another dot ball here. So that's 13 dot balls so far the start of this Red Force innings. So we know that they are pretty comfortable. The everyone who would be following this tournament, they are at 2nd position with 52 points. The Jamaica is just 1 point ahead of them, 53. The Jamaica has played out all their games. So the Red Force team are in a pretty comfortable position here at the moment. Oh, it's a good delivery there. So Utley there now, they're fishing a bit at that one, trying to push now to maybe look for a single to get off the mark. It's 14 dot balls to start this innings for the Barbados Pride, who somewhat has bowled a perfect 14 deliveries so far. Well, in the context of their game, how it turns out for them, not so much for the Red Force team, but this would be interesting here to see how these batsmen go about this. And Utley pushes again straight to the fieldsman. And naturally, Keshav, when batsmen bat dot balls, now we know there's a lot of time in the game, 259 runs from 255 balls. But no matter what version of the game you're playing, when you start batting dot balls, it starts to play in the back of your mind.
Always builds pressure. And the fact that the required amount of runs are already past the amount of balls, it just goes to show you, in the back of the batsman's minds, they're going to be wondering if they have to get a move on.
And that one, and that's just past that slip fieldsman there. So a release of pressure there, which was expected by Utley.
And it was inevitable.
Yeah, big booming drive by him there and just passing the slip fieldsman there over the top of his hands there. So 4 runs to Utley, and the Red Force now are on their way, 4 without loss.
Yeah, off the mark with a fortuitous edge. At least he went through with the shot and played hard at it so that the edge was enough to carry it over the slip fielder.
Utley goes again, and that's 4 runs. Glorious shot by Utley. That one blasted there through the covers. Not a man moved as that one goes to the boundary.
That's the key on Utley we know, Adrian, and that's the key on Utley I'm sure you would remember from being on the opposite end of the crease back in your secondary school and national days. But what a beautiful shot from the left-hander. And just goes to show you, despite the first over where he was very defensive and cautious, we know his explosive nature. And Utley is just saying, okay, I've seen what you are able to do. I'm seeing the ball is moving away, and I'm going to play to my strengths.
So they're straighter line just on the pads, and that's the end of the over. 8 runs off of it. It's 8 without loss after 3.
Red Force lineup noting the couple of changes with the absence of skipper Joshua De Silva and also Anderson Phillip, both of whom have been called up to that West Indies test squad for the 2 test series against Bangladesh at home. That means that Isaiah Raja and Mark Dale have come into the team, and Raja predominantly a batsman and Dale an all-rounder.
Pulls away Webster, and he's off the mark. So the TNT Red Force now in the past 3 deliveries have decided to get things going. They've scored 9 runs off their past 3 deliveries, and they would be happy to get things going, because with this run rate being now 6, it's required now at 6, and 250 from 251 balls, so they would have to keep that run rate ticking, because if they bat a couple slow overs, that run rate could start climbing really quick, and they go for a quick single, and be able to get through safely. So
well, we know the nature of Tian Webster as well, a very aggressive batsman. So by no means is he just going to sit idly by here. Again, probably in the first over, just measuring Matthew Jones, and now he's going to see what he can do to score.
And Webster goes big, and big it goes. 6 runs into the car park here in the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, right on cue, Tian Webster decides to go into his natural game of that aggressive intent, and a wonderful stroke over the long on area, and almost going into the newly paved tennis court at the Queen's Park Cricket Club that they're refurbishing presently. We saw a clip there of the head curator Andy Alexander in the tractor.
Webster goes again, but stop there. So Webster and Utley, a sudden change in tempo. They would have decided to play out, you could say, 2 overs, and a very 2020 style here at the moment. Goes again, straight to the fieldsman. So a no-nonsense mood here by the Red Force batsman. A sudden change in gear, and the Barbados pride will certainly be looking at this approach here now. Goes again, and that's 4 runs. So a good shot here. Length just pulled back a bit, but Webster was quickly onto that. He favors that shot there over mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. It's 20 now, without loss, after 4 overs.
So after 2 maidens to start, 12 dot deliveries, now the Red Force have gone up to 20 after 5 runs per over, showing what just a couple deliveries can do. Because even in the over, there were a couple dot balls, but being able to strike 2 boundaries and get that run rate going It just goes to show you these batsmen, they're aware of the surface, and that once you take your time on it, as you saw in the Barbados Pride innings, there are a lot of runs on offer. So I think they'll be advised to just settle in nicely.
So wide delivery. So short, looking to go into that short delivery mode. There's a backward square on the boundary, a third man. So they could maybe be thinking to try and make Utley play that pull shot out of that deep backward square. And that's the first proper short delivery you see for the morning. We know that Utley is an excellent driver of the ball. So Dominic Drakes would be aware of that. So yeah, back of a length now. So a definite change in approach here now, pushing Utley now on the back foot. So Utley is also a good puller of the ball. So once it is within his range, he will have a go at it. So
He's really a man with shots all around the pitch, is Keon Utley. And he looks so calm and composed in his stance as well, you know. He really just plays with a very relaxed sort of approach to the game.
yeah, we were actually in the HPC together back in 2013. Kyle Mayers was in that academy. Raymond Rifa, some of the guys who play in here were part of that academy also. So Kean would have really worked on his game during that period of time, working with the development coach at the time, Toby Radford, was the coach, the head coach at the academy, and the HPC academy in Barbados. Shot! And that's a big hit there by Utley, but it goes for 4. Just dropping about 4 feet from the boundary rope, and Utley's quickly moved on here to 13.
Just stand and deliver. Not much movement, just the front foot. Not even stepping closely to the ball, but giving him enough room to just free his hands at that one and hitting uppishly but safely. And due to the amount of power, I think it just bounced right before the rope. In fact, could have almost gone for 6.
Yeah, it was off like a rocket. So a single here, good batsmanship by Utley. They're looking for 2, but I think it's a good idea they decided not to.
And you see why. A direct hit from the fielder, Nathan Seeley.
So 26 and 4.4 deliveries. Really moved on quickly here after the TNT Red Force batting 2 maidens out, the first 2 overs. And now when they're 2.4 overs, they scored 26 runs so far. So they're really moving on now, trying to keep that pass score, keeping up with the run rate, which is so important. So round the wicket now. He bowls to Webster. Into him. So that's the end of the 5th over. It's 26 without loss.
I think there's just one delivery.
One delivery.
To go still.
Oh, there was a wide
Correct.
at the beginning.
First delivery. Webster facing up to Drakes. Sure, he might favor that offside. Nobody out on the boundary. If Drakes gives him anything with width, he's going to free his hands.
And he goes to the leg side boundary, but it will be cut off. So adds 2 runs to the total. And now that's the end of the 5th over. It's 28 without loss.
Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago Red Force going along nicely after the initial slow start. Just keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Know that they do have a lot of batting to come. Of course, the most informed batsman for them, Amir Jangu, right now second on the most runs list in the CG United 2024 Super 50. 337 runs. Django has at an average of 84.25 with a top score of 111. So I'm sure he'll be looking to add to that whenever he gets his chance today at the crease. The way these batsmen are going, he might hope he can get a rest as well. Let them make the runs.
And Utley goes again, looking to hit through the offside. There's no one on the boundary on the offside. There's a long on and a deep mid wicket. So now they're changing up the field a bit. They're putting the taller guys now in that area. Dominic Drakes moving to mid off from point. So trying to get that bit of height advantage at mid off. So Jones into his third over, 12 runs off of it. So really sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. A big contrast from what it was this morning. This morning was overcast. Almost looked like it was going to have a serious threat of rain. But from the moment, it doesn't look that way.
Yeah, this morning.
And down the ground Utley goes, and that one goes for a maximum into the Caribbean stand here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Keon Utley showing all of his ability on display, advancing down the wicket. And again, as we mentioned, his classy style over the offside. He hits that one cleanly for 6, and some of the ground staff had to duck for cover there.
Big hit there by Utley.
And again, showing solid defense. So nice balance.
Yeah, definitely. 6 runs off the over. You don't need to do anything.
Just has to play smart cricket, and the runs will flow. Pitches are ready. An excellent one.
And he cuts and doesn't make full contact. There was a good effort there in the field, and it goes for 4. So 4 runs to Utley. Good effort there in the field, but it was hit so hard that it burst through the hands of the fieldsman there in cover.
And you can see the ball. I think he got a small touch on
Yes.
it, because you can see the ball slowed up after it passed the fielder's hand. And look right here, Adrian. You are swearing that this ball is going to stop before the rope. And right as Reefer reaches before it, it just touches the rope for 4.
Yeah,
6
tempted.
gone, 38 without loss.
So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force off that flyer now. They are scoring over 6 runs and over, just over 6 runs and over. 6.3 in fact. And Utley 24, Webster 13. And the Red Force camp would be really happy about that at the moment. They are on target. No complaints by them, so they are doing their job as opening batsmen. And the Barbados Pride would be looking to get that breakthrough that they definitely need here. Hey, and that's a wide delivery.
Dominic Drake's just straying a bit in terms of his line and his length. I think the first 2 deliveries for the day were exactly where he'd want to be. That's quite a way down the leg side. If Webster got hold of that, I think it might have been reaching down to the Gene Pair complex.
Yeah, that was so wide down the leg side. Oh,
Almost chopped on. Of course, Dominic Drakes with his extra height, just getting that ball to bounce excessively. And into his 4th over, 14 dot balls, but it's a couple of boundaries that have caused them to concede 17 runs thus far. Just wants to keep outside the off stump of Tion Webster, but not too wide.
and that's that would have been 4 runs.
Look at how he put his boot there and just walked away as if nothing happened. That was struck mightily by Tion Webster. And he stuck on his boot. And we heard the song from up here in the media center. And Dominic Drake has not flinched. I wonder if the ball is okay. Because that was quite a stop.
He goes again, and that would be, doesn't have the legs on it, does it? And
it does.
yes, it does. So 4 runs there to Webster. TNT Red Force really come out here in a no-nonsense mood after those 2 maidens. And the score now moves on to 43 without loss.
What I like about Webster in that shot is that he maintained going straight behind the bowler's head and down the ground. Previous shot was lower, this one up in the air, but knows that the mid-off is in the 30-yard circle, so once he gets it safely over, got the result. I think Mayers could have probably put in a dive, but then again, no harm at this stage.
He goes again, uppercuts, but this one goes to the third man fielder and a brilliant catch. And that is McCaskey taking that catch there at third man. So a really good effort there. The batsman doesn't look too happy, Webster. So I'm not sure if they're going to have a discussion about it. I see the umpires now, they're going there. But a really good effort there by McCaskey. And we'll see here from this replay.
Because Webster is still at the crease.
Yeah, sometimes the field, sometimes the team there, the Red Force team would have saw the field and they probably told them not to hold on a bit, let the umpires have a discussion about it. But McCaskey seems to be happy with the decision. And Webster is not happy with it, so we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, because they have to come to a final decision on the field of play, and Webster is doing the right thing by not walking off yet. He's not convinced.
It's not his call. Yeah, it's the umpire's call.
Correct.
He's not feeling on the boundary.
Correct.
He's batting. So we'll see what the final decision would be here when the presiding umpire walks back to the field. So it's 6 runs. So Webster, unfortunately, the fielder didn't hold on to it or wasn't able to time it in time, but the Barbados players are not happy with it.
Well, either party in that situation, Adrian, would not have been pleased. As in, if it went for 6, Barbados would not be pleased. If it was given out, Trinidad and Tobago would not be pleased. So if you're going to see a look at the replay again of how close that was, granted it's a tough one to call, hence the deliberation by the Barbados Pride players with the umpire, but as we know in this lovely game of cricket, the umpire's decision is final, and he has already made his decision by raising his hands to signal 6 runs. Much to the resounding cheers and applause of the Red Force crew in the players' gallery, the Derek Murray players' gallery, as well as in the stands.
Yeah, the Barbados players are not happy whatsoever. Dominic Drake's there. He probably needs to keep his cool a bit because it's not looking too good. I mean, he would be upset naturally about it.
Now, the thing is, Adrian, the fielder himself, McCaskey, has gone back to his position and he's not protesting. It's the bowler, understandably, Drakes would be upset because that's a wicket to his taking, and the captain, Kyle Mayers, would be there pleading with his leading fast bowler. However, I think the rest of the players seem resigned to the fact that the game has to go on because there's not much you can do at this stage. They don't have the benefit of the review system, unfortunately.
That's McCaskey there. So a good effort there by him, but unfortunately for them, it goes all the way for 6. So Webster there looking to give himself some room. And so 11 runs off this over so far for a boundary, 6 runs and a wide. So Dominic Drake's there, it's really affecting him at the moment. Sort of ambling back to his mark.
Yeah, and these subtle instances can play on the mind of the bowler. Tian Webster, in turn, would be buoyed by that beneficial decision.
And Webster goes, and he goes big. And it goes all the way for 6. So Webster hitting that one with the wind, getting the elevation, and with the wind factor here, the Queen's Park Oval, it goes all the way for 6.
And that also brings up the 50 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 55 in the 7th over without loss. Webster taking the attack to Dominic Drakes in that over. Drakes, who started off very well and miserly, has now conceded 33 runs in his 4 overs. Webster up to 29 from 19 and Utley 24 from 23.
Yeah, so 17 runs coming off that last over there. So expensive over there. For him, a very exciting over. There was a lot of events. They had that opportunity for catch out. At one moment, it was going either way. It could have been a wicket. It could have been 6 runs. But in the final decision, it went for 6 runs. So signaled by the umpire. So an eventful over. Thankfully for the Barbados Pride, it came to an end. But fortunately for the TNT Red Force team, they are now 55 without loss, on course for a bonus point, a batting bonus point, if they don't lose probably 3 wickets in succession here. So we have a bowling change now. Kema Smith will be picking up the attack from the members' end here at the Queen's Park Oval. On target right away. Very skiddy type bowler, Kema Smith. He bowls wicket to wicket, sort of similar to Mark Dial. And he really gets through his overs really quick. So another thing with these batsmen, they need to be careful how before he bowls and then he gets back to his mark really quick. They run through here for a quick single. So before you know it, Kema Smith would bowl 5 overs to you and you don't even know that's the type of bowler he is.
I'm glad you mentioned that point because it's definitely something that bowlers can use as an additional tool, an asset in their arsenal of deliveries. Just getting to your mark quickly, and it just forces the batsman. Look at Webster there, just taking a second. But it just allows you to put the batsman under a bit more pressure.
That's right. But as a batsman, you have sort of that control because there's a reasonable period of time between deliveries, and you want to make sure and have enough time to get your setup, take your mark. Sometimes just mark back your guard, step away for a moment, because it could really. You need time to think in between deliveries. You need to glimpse the field a bit. But a good combination here, the left-right combinations, would sort of help the Red Force here in this moment with somebody like Kema Smith. So at the end of 8 overs, it's 57 without loss.
Yeah, nice start there from Kema Smith. Tight over, just 2 runs coming off of it. And as we mentioned that the bowlers can use those different tools to help in terms of getting to their mark quickly, the batsmen as well can use their different assets. It brings to mind the legendary Shivnarine Chanderpaul, who almost before each delivery, it would seem as if he has to fix his gloves, his arm guard, his pads, his helmet. It was almost sort of a ritual. And the thing is, he was fully entitled to do so as a batsman, and he was never phased, was Chanderpaul. Always seemed a picture of calm and serenity whenever he was at the crease. And now we see in the modern day Steve Smith is an example of that. A lot of antics, as We note Raymond Reefer is going to come into the attack, having scored 70 in the batting innings for Barbados Pride. You look to transfer some of that confidence into his bowling, the left-arm seamer.
So on target right away, Raymond Reefer. So they would be looking to get this breakthrough at the Barbados Pride. We see a mixed in bowlers already here in this first power play. So some wind here at the Queen's Park Oval as we see the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the Barbados flag, and even the Queen's Park Oval. Their flag here, them. So some wind here at the moment and into the pads there. So Reefer really trying to angle it into Webster, taking away that offside shot. And now he's going to be bowling to Keon Utley. He changes, he comes over the wicket now, which he'll feel more comfortable.
Well, he's a sort of bowler, Raymond Reefer. He doesn't have that extra space, but has to rely on a lot of variations and cutters. So we know that he is able to bowl both the off cutters as well as the leg cutters, and also that seam up delivery as well as the cross seam. So I'm sure he's going to be using all of those different variations to Keon Utley and Tian Webster. Both batsmen playing aggressively. Be a good opportunity to take pace off the ball and force them to time it better, play the shots cleanly.
Full delivery. Reefer, long one and a deep mid wicket to Utley. No slip in place. Fine leg and third man up. So you'll be looking to bowl some of that middle and leg region. So a good shot there by Utley off the back foot, playing it on the up, and that's 4 runs to him. So a really well-timed shot there by Utley, but the placement was even better.
A bit too short from Reefer. Really wasn't that much wide outside the off stump. So excellent shot from Utley in the end. Didn't really seem to be given enough width to cut at that ball, but sort of a back foot drive. Very stylishly indeed. Note that some members of the Trinidad and Tobago youth cricket team are in the Caribbean stands in support. Glad to see the youngsters out here.
Pushes. Yeah, Utley come through for a quick single. Direct hit, and they were looking to take a second run because it ricocheted off the stumps at the striker's end. So Mayer's a captain. He also would be probably looking to introduce himself sometime throughout this game into the attack. And this left hand right arm combination now changes the feel. Every time there's a rotation of strike, the combination of the feel has to be changed. And he goes and he drives Webster, and that will be 4 runs. So Fieldsman there giving up the chase, and at the end now of the 9th over, the score is 60. Is it 70 now? Glorious shot there by him. So it's 67 without loss after 9.
Yeah, excellent shot there from Tian Webster. It seems as if almost every delivery he's just trying to back away and give himself room to either go through the offside, or if it's into his pads, just go into the leg side as well. And to note, at the end of that 9th over, the first power play is completed, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a strong position, 67 without loss. At this stage, the Barbados Pride was 60 for the loss of 1 wicket in their power play.
Yeah, so a really good batting effort here from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Um, After batting 2 maidens, so you could basically say that in 7 overs they scored 67 runs, which is a really high strike rate or run rate after the first 2 overs. And they are racing along here, the Red Force team. So if they continue like this for the next 10, 15 overs, they would have chewed in to that target of 259. So the pride here is they are desperately in search here for this first wicket.
Kima Smith, brother of Dwayne Smith, former West Indies and Barbados cricketer. Smith is again just keeping that consistent line, not giving Utley any room.
Yeah, so 4 fielders out now in the second power play. So there's a sweeper on the boundary, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. So the tempo sometimes when these power plays change, or we introduce into a power play, and that's paddle there by Utley, and that goes very close to the ropes, and it's 4 runs. So Utley now moves on well into his 30s here, and a really well weighted shot here by him using the pace of the delivery.
It was a nice paddle scoop because you could see the ball was just trickling into the boundary ropes, and a valiant attempt from Richards, sprawling dive, and unfortunately did not get a hand onto it. But that's the sort of effort and commitment you'd want to see as a captain. Really need to try and get a breakthrough for the Barbados Pride, so they have to put some pressure on the Red Force. And Utley is again solid as a rock in defense.
He always had that good defense, really solid.
And at this stage, these couple dot balls really shouldn't phase the batsmen because they're going along very nicely. Already scoring more than a run a ball.
So at the end of the 10th over, it's 71 without loss.
Run rate at this stage 7.1. Utley 34 from 37. Webster 34 from 23. Both batters on the same score. That's Webster more than a run a ball.
So there's a couple more fans popping into the Queen's Park Oval here.
See some other cricketers from around the setup.
Yeah, today's Saturday after lunch, so it's not a full working day, as they would say. Well, many persons would be off. You'd still have a lot of persons who work on a Saturday, but the general working public in Trinidad would be off today, and there's a couple more fans here. Not as big as the TNT Red Force would like. Worked onto the onside there, but a good stop there by the fielder there in short fine leg.
As you mentioned that point, Adrian, I recall the days when the regional Super 50 would have been played in the likes of Guaracara Park in San Fernando, and you could not get a park for your vehicle within a 5 to 10 mile radius of the place because of how filled the stadium was, and it was essentially packed to capacity and overflowing at some instances where myself and others would have gathered to see you and
That's driven there.
see yourself as well as some of the other Red Force players from back in the day representing. And I mean, it's something that we would love to see be reignited in the Caribbean and even across the world, you know, just that love and passion for coming out to support cricket. We know that, you know, with technology, everything is available at the comfort of your own home. However, nothing beats that in-person support for the team and that experience also for the as well. Once you are out there and that adrenaline is pumping and you have that energy flowing within you, you play no matter what the conditions are like.
That's right. Especially if you're scoring runs and you're taking wickets. The sun don't be as hot again. But if you're fielding and no wickets are being taken, sometimes the sun starts to feel hotter.
It all goes down to the ebbing and flowing of the game in terms of which side has the upper hand at which point. It's never nice. I know even when you play the longer versions of the game. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Test cricket, as I was mentioning to you. Sometimes I stay up till 2, 3 in the morning to watch the first ball of a Test match internationally. And it's just because of the chess aspect that you noted. You know, it really just shows you all the different strategies in this game of cricket and all of the different factors that affect the game. I recall just recently in the Atlanta T20 Open 2024.
Walked into the left side there, but it will only be 1 run really. What I'm impressed with, just to cut it, Keshav, is the running between the wickets in the Red Force, because in their previous games I would have looked at, they didn't run their first one hard, and it's really nice to see that the Red Force batsmen are actually running the first one hard. So definitely the coaching staff, the management staff, and the batting unit doing their homework and realizing that they would have missed out on a lot of opportunities for twos. It's a really good delivery there by Keema Smith, and at the end of the 12th over, it's 79 without loss. So Keshav, you were making a point?
Yes, well, I mean, even to add to that point, as you mentioned, in terms of the running between the wickets, that goes back to what we were saying about the bonus point system. It could very well be that the coaches have taken note of that and used that guide in terms of assisting the players and informing them that they need to improve on that dot ball percentage. They need to score more frequently and not necessarily just dealing in boundaries. We know that even with the West Indies T20 and 50 over teams, that sometimes they reach the totals over 170, 180, and half of the innings is in fact dot balls. So imagine if you convert half of that half, which would be a quarter.
Yeah.
You know, it just goes to add 20 or 30 more runs to your total. And that's the aim of the system in terms of encouraging the bowlers.
Cut there by Webster, and this one there, it's racing towards that boundary, but a good fielding effort there by Smith. I think Smith is one of those fieldsmen that if he can't reach it, nobody could reach it. Keema Smith is really quick on this outfield. I actually played when I told you I would have gone to the HBC in Barbados. We played club cricket for the local Barbados teams, and I played with the defense force, the Barbados defense force, and Keema Smith was on that side.
Nice.
So that's when I remembered him from there.
Sure, that would have been a great experience in that high performance, and as well the ability to play domestically in Barbados.
Of course, and I really love Barbados. Other than cricket, I love Barbados. I love the beaches. I love the people. So it was nice to spend 6 months there during that period of time. It was a lovely time to really get to learn more about Barbados and the Barbados people and the culture. And they really treated us well there while we were there at the High Performance Center in the Keyville campus. So we used that facility, the UE Keyville campus. We stayed not too far away from that facility, probably about 1 minute drive. So the bus used to come pick us up and bring us to the facility. We would spend the day, and then the bus would drive us back to our apartment. So really nice. Built a lot of friendships over the years. With Raymond Rifa and these guys, Kyle Mears. Yeah. And sweeps
stifled appeal, but nothing really in it.
Come back for a comfortable 2.
So let's see the signal and leg buys.
Mhm.
It is. So at the end of 13 overs, the score 85 without loss. And just to add to that point, Adrian, in terms of the beauty of Barbados and the blessing of Bajan hospitality, I was also there for a year when I completed the third year in my law studies. And
Congratulations.
indeed, it was quite some time ago, but it definitely was one of the best places I have been, not just in the Caribbean but in the world, because of the cricket love as well for the country. So I can give you context. When I started my legal studies, I stopped playing cricket for a couple of years, and when I went to Barbados, I fell back in love with the game entirely, because I went to the same campus you were talking about, and just looking at the 3Ws Oval and seeing the guys train, and the lush outfield, and just everything was cricket. Really, it was a beautiful place to behold.
What year that would have been, if you don't mind me asking?
That would have been in 2015. So from 2014 to 2015, I would have been there, and would have played, well, not played with, but against, just in some friendly matches along the likes of Chadwick Walton, Akeem Dua, a couple of guys who would have been in the CCC setup at that time. And there was also a very interesting tournament called Last Man Stands. Not sure if you've ever heard of it.
No, I don't think.
I'll get back to that after the delivery. Defended again.
Is it a popular?
So it is in fact a global tournament, Last Man Stands, and they go to different parts of the world. It's based out of South Africa, I believe.
Okay. And he goes big, but I don't think he has enough on it, and it's a brilliant catch taken there in the end. And Leacock there takes the catch in celebration, and Kima Smith would be really happy about that. And first wicket falling here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The score here now is 86 for 1, and the Barbados Pride has gotten their breakthrough.
Yeah, excellent breakthrough for the Barbados Pride. Tian Webster has to go, was playing in the usual manner that he normally does, so can't fault him for that dismissal. And he did give his team a solid opening start, and the partnership of 86 with his batting mate Keon Otley, definitely formidable for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But I think he himself might be disappointed. An excellent catch, as you said, from Leacock, covered quite some ground and took the catch and in fact skated forward at his knees. And we see Amir Django enter in the fray, much to the chatter of the Bajan players. You see all of them just gathering around Django as he entered, maybe just to try and get into his mind, knowing that he is the premier informed batsman for the Red Force at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I think what would have happened there to Webster is that he was hitting against the breeze. That would have given him somewhat of a great disadvantage. It's an off-break bowler bowling into him, which is not bad. But hitting into that wind there's a strong wind. And as we see here now, there's actually a bit of a drizzle here coming across the ground. It doesn't look too serious. But that breeze, unfortunately, we see that actual wind would have affected Webster there in that shot. He didn't hit it to the best of what we are usually accustomed to with Webster, because when he hits it, it stays hit. But that extra disadvantage of that wind factor there, it really, he fell prey to that. And that would have been the end of him. Oh, Django solid right away. Informed Django. So he has his total. He has 337 runs in the tournament so far, with an average of 84.25. So Django is second highest run scorer after Justin Greaves. Justin Greaves, who scored 3 centuries in this tournament. And Django is off the mark right away. So he's looking like he's in the form of his life at the moment, because he would have scored a double century this year for the Red Force team in the 4-day tournament, and then scoring a list 800 in this tournament. So at the end of the 14th over, it's 87 for 1.
Yeah, Django certainly in a rich vein of form. And as you mentioned, the wind, just seeing a light drizzle in the Queen's Park Oval and coupled with some brilliant sunshine. So thankfully we are not seeing any urgent movements around the covers, and that's always a good sign. You know that the ground staff always have a sixth sense when it comes to the weather, especially with their own conditions and their home ground. So I think only when we see them starting to move briskly, then we would have some concern. But cricket continues here. Sure, the players might welcome that slight drizzle as a bit of a refreshing mist.
Yeah, and these slight change in conditions, it does affect the game, because you think about a light sprinkle there. Sometimes the pitch, it actually, puts a bit of a glaze on the pitch, and it sometimes tends to come through nicer for the batsman. We see it happening a lot with the dew factor at the Branlar Cricket Academy. The team batting second usually have that advantage, because when the dew factor kicks in, the ball picks up that moisture, and even the pitch too gets a bit of a moisture on it, and the ball tends to just go through a pipe. So the ball would be actually spinning on the outside edge there to Utley, and they would come back comfortably for 2, and it changes the game a bit. And these are the little things in cricket, because it's played over an entire day. There's so much things that could happen, and it's in an open environment. The elements, we're facing all the elements out here: wind, rain, sun, even the density of the air, everything. So it's cricket is one of those sports that, because it's played over an entire day with all these elements, it affects the actual play, and that is why some players, like the great Brian Charles Lara, was always so good, because he could adapt to any conditions, no matter where. He had hundreds all around the world.
See some nice flight from Jones on that previous delivery, and then pushed on the ground for a single thereafter. So 15 completed, 91 for the loss of 1, and players are going to have a drinks break soon. So just to touch on that point, Adrian, as you were mentioning, when I was in the Atlanta Open earlier this year, one of the head groundsman, former West Indies cricketer Hamish Anthony, he was stating that he has seen for himself that cricket is the game with the most amount of variables and factors. And based on all of the things that you just said, imagine adding dew to that in terms of weather where it's 5 degrees Celsius, and a lot of variables and factors on display. But we'll get back to that discussion after the drinks break. 91 for 1.
So we're back here after the drinks break. Barbados under the gun here at the moment. TNT 91 for the loss of 1 after 15 overs. As I'm joined by Kishal Bahadur Singh, former Trinidad and Tobago. Is it under 15?
Under 13, under 14.
Under 13, under 14. That's about 3-4 years ago.
In an ideal world, yes. Based on the way my hairline is going, someone might say 3-4 decades ago.
So, Barbados needing a quick breakthrough here. We've had Smith getting the breakthrough for was 1 for 10. He has been good. Kima Smith is going to continue from the southern end. Right on spot there, Gishal.
Yeah, Kima Smith has really been very consistent and also getting through his overs quickly. It's not giving the batsman enough time to rest in between deliveries.
Easy batting here. Oakley will understand his role. He's been in the out for quite a while. Good informed batsman in a tree. What these two basically wants to do, they want to close out the game with a good partnership. Get Trinidad to big up to 160, 170 and, you know, then from then it'll be easy sailing.
Yeah, with the form that Django is in, it should be easy pickings for him. Pitch really hasn't had much deviance. It's just to play smart cricket at this stage. Rotate the strike and take advantage of anything that's loose.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Not out, says the umpire. Smith slowing that one down a bit.
Much more flight on that occasion. And just angling down leg. As you can see, a wholehearted appeal. Keeper and slip also going up.
Pleasant. Otley just taking his time now about things. He wants a big 100 here, Otley.
I think it's about time he gets one.
Belated appeal. Keeper went up first, Boucher. Then Smith joined in. Let's see that. Oh, that turned way past the bat. That was as broad as Bridgetown. And into the gloves of the keeper.
16 gone, 94 for 1. And just some extra bonks on that delivery from Smith.
Yeah, just beating the edge. Good delivery though by Smith. Good appeal. Barbadians all joined in a chorus of appeal. I might have hired your services to take it to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Still, they might not would have gotten that.
For all you know, they might want to go to the Privy Council because of their ties to the English system as well.
Yes.
You know that whenever England visits the Caribbean, it's always a must to be in Barbados.
South Coast is a lovely area in Barbados.
Been going along nicely. Just has to continue playing that role. Webster's aggression previously would have allowed him to just take his time. No need to play anything loose at this stage or anything overly aggressive.
I like the attitude of Django. He's taking the first run very hard. Just in the event there's a spill, he can then try to go back.
It's one of those things that coaches always preach to cricketers from young.
Down the leg side.
No real turn from Wickham to give the umpire anything to think about. That ball just continuing to drift down the line. Missed out on that one, Otley.
Yeah, they don't want to get himself too bogged down here.
Sometimes he has a habit of getting starts and then plays a bit nervously and throws it away. And just as you said, Django, in fact, I think played that shot from halfway down the pitch because he was already running before he even bat.
So Django just trying to offset the bowler a bit. He has rotated the strike nicely since coming in 5 of 9.
That brings up the 100 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 16.5 overs. Just one wicket, that of T. and Webster. Fell for 41.
And 59 still required. 9 wickets in hand. And 28 overs to get it.
Seen a lot more spectators in the stands from this morning. Good that the weather has held up. Smith again, just keeping that nagging line. It is 6th over, very miserly spell thus far.
Here comes another appeal.
That one clearly had an inside edge onto the pads. Just some words of advice from Django to Otley. It's an interesting period of play here where the Barbados Pride are just putting some pressure on the Red Force batsmen. We're scoring quite freely in the early stages. And now just forced to get the ones, look for the twos.
The bad ball will come.
Yep. We saw with the first innings from Barbados Pride, once you spend time and occupy the crease, you can make runs easily. So I think that would be in the minds of Otley and Django. Otley just too shy of that half century. Understand they might have some nerves. Smith again in lightning speed finishes his 6th over. 1 or 2 for 1 after 18. His partnership building slowly but surely, 16 from it. After that initial opening stance of 86 between Webster and Otley. It was a very cautious start initially. 2 maidens in the first 2 overs, after which both batsmen decided to attack the bowlers. Took the initiative to score quickly at that stage, and then now the game has just reached a point where smart cricket is all that's required. 157 needed, 162, 9 wickets in hand. And it brings Nathan Seeley into the attack. Youngster being called up into the Barbados Pride team.
So it's CD, as you said. Oxley tends to play a little bit uppish. And fielders are right around him.
Good start from CD thus far. Making his debut in the first class level. Under 19 player. Of course, was the vice captain of the West Indies under 19 team in the last World Cup. Again, smart cricket from Django. Just continuing to rotate the strike. Barbados have brought the game back into their favor, considering the fact that runs are not flowing as freely. But again, no real pressure on the Red Force as yet. He plays that nicely, but dive and stop there. At the end of 19 overs, 104 for the loss of 1. Otley going up to 49. So 1 shy of that half century.
Yeah, I think one hopes that he doesn't play on his mind. He just plays his natural game.
And he just has to keep calm, Kean Otley. That he had some decent scores in the tournament thus far. Kevin Wickham with a change of ends. And that single brings up the half century for Kean Otley. Resounding applause from his teammates in the Derek Murray Players Gallery.
You'll need a lot more from him.
Yeah, that should just be the start. Should look to go on to score 100 here. Otley's batting stats in the List A Super 50 one-day format. Has been playing for the last 15 odd years. So experienced campaigner. And healthy average, 32.4. The high score for 134 not out. And 9 50s as well as 200s. So I'm sure he'd want to add to that 100 column. And a perfect opportunity today to do so. solid again from Django. Just taking his time in his innings. Know that for majority of the tournament he has been scoring a strike rate of on or around 100 for 2. So at the end of 20 overs, 109 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Some 25 overs left to get to that total. .150 required in 150 deliveries. So just a runner ball needed. 9 wickets still in the hut. Barbados trying to make something happen by ringing the changes. Seeley to go into his second over from the media center end. Wickham from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. We haven't seen the captain yet, Kyle Myers. With his right arm medium. Uses a lot of cutters. Does swing the ball. I don't think at this point he might get much of that. However, the conditions are a bit overcast, so no harm in trying to round his arm and see what results can come on offer. See Kadeem Alain onto the field assisting. Django just needs to continue being patient. Some of his strokes have gone directly to the fielders, but by all means, just has to take his time. Pull down from CD, cut away from Django, but again straight to the fielder. So I'm sure this will be putting some pressure on him in terms of his own natural ability. Doesn't like to be pegged down.
What has happened here is that they have been able to dry up the runs in the main.
Yeah, definitely. That scoreboard pressure, dot ball percentage. Cephas Cooper called up into the squad as a replacement. Very bright, promising talent.
Utley, you can see Utley setting up shop, probably looking to see if he can bat through the innings. And if he does, then he'll put his team in a very good position. 111 for 1.
I think Utley is needed to bat through this innings. Don't want to create any additional stress for his team by being a set batsman in. Has to bat through and allow his teammates that bit of composure and time to relax in terms of if they do have to come to the crease, knowing that the total would be easily achieved. Django 11 from 24, so not quite free-flowing as yet. Hence the reason why it's even more important for Utley to persist.
I think Django is playing situational cricket. He understands the situation. There's no need to do anything silly. Just play proper cricket and you'll win the game.
Yep. He does have the ability to be aggressive if he needs to, so just has to take his time at this stage. The Barbados Pride team, they have certainly become much more vocal in the last few overs. Again, just playing in the psychology and into the minds of the batsmen.
These guys are getting through these overs pretty quickly as well. In the air. Dropping short. It's leaning forward into that shot.
Even more chirping from the players in the inner circle. Cut away nicely from Otley. Pushing the first one hard. Contemplates the second, but decides against it. Django is very quick between the wickets. And took the safety route in that instance. Goes down on his knees, tries to play that paddle sweep, and an appeal from the Bajan team. No signal from the umpire as a wide, so it must have just clipped the pads on the way.
Definitely going down leg.
Two gone, 1-1-4 for the loss of 1. Kemar Smith 1 for 15 in his 6 thus far. Dominic Drakes none for 33 in his 4, and Matthew Jones none for 30 in his 5. The pair of Seeley and Wickham doing a tidy job at this point. Seeley again noting into his debut match for the Barbados Pride, so I'm sure the youngster would be anxious and eagerly awaited this opportunity. Want to grab it with both hands. Again striking Django on the pads. Loves to play that sweep shot, and this one seems to have struck him outside the off stump. Did shuffle across, and rightfully so. Clearly seeing the view of the stumps in the background. Umpire was not phased. But the Bajans would be encouraged. In fact, for the last 5-6 overs, there has been at least an appeal in each of them.
Putting pressure.
Again, just unsettling the batsman mentally. And another single down to that long on area. So most of his runs thus far, Django, have been just playing it along the ground, straight behind the bowler. No harm in that. One of the safest places to score runs on a cricket field. Oh, and some purchase there from Nathan Seeley. Certainly that delivery has turned more than any of the others in his spell. Or in fact, from any bowler we have seen from this end for the Barbados Pride. Healthy partnership of 31 between these two from 53. Of course, the opening partnership between Webster and Otley was 86.
Still well on course here. 142 of 135. That's nearly a run of ball.
Cut away nicely from Django with a nice diving effort in the field as well from McCaskey. Gets a hand to it, could have saved 2 runs there. Batsman got through for 2, but once that ball passes the infield, can speed away on the decline for 4. Again, just work smartly by Django. So continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking. I don't think they'll be too disturbed by the fact that the required runs is at this stage more than the amount of balls remaining. Couple of boundaries, and that could easily change the equation back into their favor. .23 gone, 120 for 1. Some of the lovely houses on display in this part of the country. Beautiful island of Trinidad and Tobago. Lovely vantage points from all over.
Back and driving is Django.
Again we come. Solid. Scored 30 in the batting innings for Barbados Pride. Was their leading run scorer coming into the tournament. 232 runs prior to this game. So in addition to his score today, would have put him on 262. However, Lenico Boucher, the wicketkeeper, scoring 81 today, taking him to a total of 282. So he would now be the premier run scorer for the Barbados Pride. And Wickham doing a handy job for his team with the ball. Just restricting, no wickets, but keeping the run scoring down. And a valiant attempt from Kyle Myers, but parries it to the outfield for a single. Haven't seen the likes of Javed Leacock as yet.
These two just needs to push on because Trinidad and Tobago's middle order, middle and low order have to come to the party here to win this. Barbados will be thinking if they can get a wicket or two, they're right back.
And this bowling partnership has really restricted the run flow. Wickham and Seeley, very tidy. Seeley, in fact, is going to try a change of angle. Left arm orthodox, previously bowling over the wicket to both left-handed batters. Oh, and he's backed over the wicket. Initially seemed to have been taking his guard to come around, but he's delivering from over. Swept away nicely from Otley. Doesn't have the legs to reach to the boundary. Lovely shot there for our hard-working camera crew, alongside fellow commentator Adrian Barrett. Just observing the proceedings from outside. Really has turned out to be a lovely day for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. Started off with some dark, heavy rain clouds around. Damp outfield led to a delayed start. Hence the reason it's a 45-over affair. And despite that initial grey sky, weather has cleared up nicely. Some periods of hot sun during the middle of the day, and now nice cloud cover, cool conditions for batsmen, for bowlers alike, and fielders most especially. Seeley not giving anything away, bowling to his field. Cut away from Otley into the gap and will run away to the boundary for 4 runs. So a much needed boundary for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and will bring some needed relief for the team. Previously, most of the shots were going straight to the fielders, and Utley on that occasion just getting it wide off McCaskey in the covers at that point. 25 overs completed, 130 for 1. Red Force still having the upper hand, given the fact that they have 9 wickets left. Django, a picture of concentration. Really has batted excellently in the CG United Super 50 2024 tournament. Showed a lot of maturity with his batting displays. Increased match awareness. He knows when to play aggressively, when to take his time, and showed that he has all of the strokes on display. Offside, leg side, even the innovative paddles and scoops. Oh, and a close one there. Utley almost chopping it onto his thumbs. At this point, I think he will be riding the luck of a batsman who is in form. Now regaining to that sense of form. Utley was superb as well for the Red Force in the 2023 edition, in which the Red Force was victorious. And in fact, that earned him the call up to the West Indies senior team. Didn't have the prolonged stay in the squad as he would have liked, but as you know, in the region, competition is very intense and many players are performing, so it's even better to raise the level and standards of our regional cricket as we seek to compete against those international teams and challenge them. We have to raise our levels locally and regionally in order to be at that stage in the international context. And it all starts from the grassroots level. Turn and offer there from Wickham.
Swinging outside, struck outside the line of the off stump, clearly. That's a safe Django there.
Yeah, stepping back and across there. And definitely seems to have hit him outside the line of the off stump. .26 completed, 133 for the loss of 1. And just to give you an idea of the point standings in the CG United Super 50 Cup, Jamaica Scorpions with their 7 matches completed at the top of the standings prior to the start of this game, of course, on 53 points. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on 52 points. Barbados Pride on 43 points. So essentially this game a battle between the second and third place teams in the table.
So CD to continue. Then it's 5th over. That's well played. Trinidad and Tobago solid here at the moment.
Yeah, really just taking their time. Django again trying that sweep shot. I think it's about the 9th or 10th occasion in which he has tried the sweep but not succeeded. I've seen him play it on many occasions in the past, but this innings thus far just not getting the right connection. Oh, that's cut away beautifully from Django through the offside. Initially stepped back and across as if he was going to go to the leg side, but then just backed away. You can see that initial body movement forward and just leading back to give himself some room. And nice shot there for 4 runs. Again, a timely boundary for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and that also brought up the 50 partnership between this pair, Django and Otley. 53 runs a partnership at this stage. 139 for 1 after 27. 120 needed in 108 deliveries. And what's commendable for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is the fact that the opening pair had a partnership of 86. The third wicket partnership has now crossed 50. So it definitely is a positive sign for the Red Force batting lineup going into the latter stages of the tournament with the semi-finals and finals upcoming. You want to carry this confidence and that mentality of batting deep and long into the innings. Actually with a bit more of an expansive drive on that occasion. Previously it was just nudging the ball around for the 1s and 2s. And as we're enjoying lovely cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago, we note that the 4th T20 International between England and West Indies has commenced, being played at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia. England batting first, 8 without loss in the first over. I think the West Indies fans might be a bit disappointed with their performance in that series, losing all of the games thus far. The West Indies winning the toss and electing to field first. One notable change to the squad, Obed McCoy coming in, and Terence Hines being left out on this occasion. Terence Hines would be returning to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team once that T20 International Series is over. Takes outside edge of Utley, but runs along the lush green carpet that is the Queen's Park Oval outfield. Went too quickly for the man at first slip and possibly might have been better left if there was a second slip. But again, Utley adds 4 to his total. Stifled appeal, but no interest from umpire Patrick Gustad. And prior to that delivery, also saw the slip fielder just moving a couple steps to his left. Obviously from Django, but into the gap. Smart placement. And he'll pick up a comfortable 2.
So it's a situation here where the informed Django has shown his worth yet again, Keshav.
Yeah, of course, he's really has showed his maturity, and the fact that he is the leading run scorer for Trinidad and Tobago. He knows that he has the responsibility on his shoulders to make runs every game for his team. And granted, there are other batsmen in the lineup who are very well competent, but again, if your role as a batsman is to score runs, he's doing exactly that and doing it to perfection. So it's going to be a change in bowling from the media center end. Matthew Jones coming back into the attack. Nathan Seeley bowled a really nice spell. Didn't give away much boundaries or much runs in total. And I think at this point the Barbados Pride would just be looking to try something different. Rotate their bowlers and try to see if they can get a wicket. Need to prize one of these two batsmen out. Otley set. Django as well. Notably, he has no protection deep on the offside. Just has the long off, long on. A deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. So, I'm sure he needs to be very tight with his line. Django, as you saw in the previous over, does have the ability to cut and cut powerfully at that. And that's better from Jones. Just keeping it wicket to wicket.
Jones in his sixth over. Oh, that's well played. Django playing that very, very late. Maneuvering the caps very nicely here now. All of a sudden, him unfussed. You think he's in there for quite a while, but not really. And you look up on the scoreboard, he sees 34.
Yeah, 34 from 49. Had a slow start initially, but gradually increasing his strike rate. I think one thing they just want to keep note of is the amount of dot balls in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup as he finally gets that sweep shot.
Well, tell you something, if he didn't execute that, that was right in line with the stumps.
29 completed, 154 for 1. As you mentioned earlier today, the Cricket West Indies announced the West Indies test squad for the highly anticipated two-match series against Bangladesh. And noting that skipper Craig Brathwaite squad features an exciting mix of seasoned and informed players as well as fresh talent. The informed Justin Greaves in the squad following a sensational run in the CG United Super50 Cup, where he smashed 3 centuries. His recent performances being a highlight of the domestic season and underscores how pivotal domestic platforms are for the next generation of talent. Kemar Smith comes back into the attack, replaces Kevin Wickham, and like for like in terms of right hand off spin, and both being very economical.
This one has been good. 5 overs, 6 overs prior to this one for 15. Remind me of the spell that was put down by Dial. Officially, so be careful leaning over.
Yeah, he's really getting through his overs quickly, Smith. as the only wicket thus far.
Ooh, that one turns him around.
I think what the bowler should realize by now is that the more they flight the ball and the slower they bowl on this sort of pitch, the better they are.
And Smith hears you and pushes that quicker. It's a single there, Django.
Previously 4 dot deliveries, and the one delivery that was quicker, he scores off. It's all about match awareness, situational awareness, adapting. Seeing what has happened in the first innings, applying it in the second. Otley has certainly been a testament to that.
End of the over, the end of 30. It's 155 for 1. I'd like to thank you, Keshav, for extended spell of off-spin bowling. Now be replaced by Adrian Barrett. As Trinidad and Tobago motos along.
Hi Vinod, thanks for having me back.
A couple of people has come into the ground now to take in the action. They've seen a good batting performance here from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, definitely a good start here by them. Utley, one of the openers, batting all the way through the innings so far. And this is the kind of start that coaching staff or batting coach would want from his batsmen. So they're on par, they're almost on par, 104 from 90 balls. And Amir Django 36, Utley on 69. So no set of panic here for the Red Force team at the moment. Once they continue along this way without losing wickets, it should be easy sailings for them. But there's always that possibility that wickets could fall at any time. And the saying goes, if 1 wicket fall, 2 could come, and 3, and so forth. So, and the Barbados team would know that.
Yeah, it's going to be a change of bowling. Drakes is going to come back into the attack from the northern end. And he's bowling to the informed Amir Django. Django has really looked good here. He's having a great season for the TNT Red Force. Just over on a ball required. As the Trinidad boys could, once they stay in the game, keep wickets, they'll always be able to manage that.
Certainly. Django now going around 370 runs in the tournament so far.
Oh,
And
down the leg side. A wide signal. Django, hands on hips, looks at him. Let's have a look at this. Going with the angle. Big deviation. They just hit him on the hip. Drakes peppered in his first spell.
Guided down to third man.
Well, Django, we seen the ball so big, he played that as if he was playing a slow bowler.
Yeah, and he took that from probably on top of middle and off also. So he made it look easy, but that was not easy shot. So definitely a man in form.
Driving nicely. It's Utley. Good knock down there at point.
Oh,
And that'll go for 5. Well. Good bit of work in the end, throwing it away, looking to run Utley out. Initially, there was a bit of a stutter. Look at this. Quick hands there from Utley. And firing at the non-strikers then without really looking to see if Drakes was there. 5 runs the result.
Yeah, Otley would be happy about that. 5 runs to his tally, 74 from 92. He already have 2 list A hundreds, and he's on course for his third here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Jangu running the first one hard as he always does. So 163 now for one.
So the batsmen to come, Isaiah Raja, Jis Mohammed. 2 batsmen, all-rounders, Mark Dial and Carrie Pierre. Well, you have Brian Charles, Joshua James, and Shannon Gabriel.
He's the only one in the lineup there. You might not consider a bit of an all-rounder towards the end is good old Shannon.
Yeah, I'm sure he's just happy to be back in Trinidad colours at the
Yeah.
moment. Experienced veteran Shannon Gabriel.
Very experienced bowler.
Not too sure about the batting.
Not too sure. We all remember that shot he played against Pakistan.
Last delivery.
Yep.
Of the test match.
Yasir Shah. Good old Gaby was trying to win the match.
How many they wanted from the last ball?
Not 6, but a lot more. That is Jangu seen a ball as big as a football here. Trinidad and Tobago well set here. And all these two needs to do is just to continue doing the same thing they're doing.
Yeah, no big panic here. Batsmen are doing what they are paid to do, which is to score runs and bat majority of the overs, and they are doing that here at the moment. So tucks him up there, Utley, looking for that room outside the off stump, and at the end of the 31st over, it's 166 for 1. So really nice conditions here for bowling at the moment, even for batting too, because the sun sometimes could really get the batsmen tired. So nice overcast conditions, and it looks like Kima Smith, the Barbados pride, have really depended on him in this tournament to get those breakthroughs, and not a bad ploy here because the off spinner bowling to the left hander slip in place, so they're definitely looking to get a wicket here. And
Oh, that's a good delivery.
yeah,
And turning away from Jangu.
bit of rough outside the off stump there from Django. He's facing at the moment, so Django is a very busy player, always looking to score runs, which is good. Always looking to rotate the strike and puts away the bad balls whenever it is presented to him. Cuts, and will be an easy 8.
Oh, that could have been nasty.
Wow.
Utley and Jangu running into each other nearly.
Yeah, someone would have to cross the pitch at some point.
Yep. Oh, that was a misfield.
On
Edge.
edges.
Did it carry? Jones at first slip.
Well shot. Kima Smith in his 8th over, almost completing his 18 runs for 1 wicket. So
He's done really
incredible
well.
economy rate here.
Yep. He has been disciplined with his bowling. So far, Otley is on 76. We have seen 2 guys miss opportunities to get hundreds today. Boucher on 81 and Rifa 70. Let's see if Otley can contribute.
So at the end of the over, it's 168 for 1. Otley 76 from 96 deliveries, Webster 41 from 33, and Amir Django currently on 40 from 53 deliveries. So that's the drinks break here at the Queen's Park Oval, and we will be taking a short break.
We'll be right back. .168 for 1. So we're back after the drinks break. Otley 24 short of a century. They persisted with Drakes. 5 was none for 44.
And dropped him on the pad, but Seems to be going down the leg side.
I also heard a sound. Don't know if he got bat onto that. We'll have a look at it again. Definitely going down the leg side. No bat involved, it seems.
So Django in his 48 list A match. Got the cuts. So 90 needed of 76 deliveries, so required run rate 7. So at some point in this innings, you would see the run rate, and they're scoring at 5.2. So they'll be looking to be getting that runner ball pretty soon. He pulls, and they will be looking to get 2 here. They will get 2 comfortably.
The main fact that he didn't get hold of it allowed him to get 2. Had he timed that properly, I think he would have reached the field quickly. Would have gotten 1.
Backward square on the boundary. Oh,
Loves to play that shot, Django.
got stuck in his pad there. Yeah, loves to work that ball down to the third man. Any room, sometimes he takes it from off stump.
Yep.
Sometimes it looks like he middle stump, sometimes he would work it down to third man. So there's always 1 run in that area. He pulls, and he pulls well, and that goes all the way for 4. Good shot there by Ami Django.
Short delivery, he was able to swivel quickly onto it. I think the instructions are clear to Drakes to try whatever he could to get a wicket, to get a breakthrough here.
So that's Django now moves on to 46. So he inches closer to another list A50.
What form he has been in.
Form of his life. So that's the end of the 33rd. It's 175 for 1. Django has 8 list A50s, and Otley, he just scored his 11th list A50, and they have big partnership here now.
Oh, that was uppish. Just short of the field, and also it died on him, Rifa. Hustling that first one, he's pushing. Can't get the second.
So the partnership now 91 between these two. So really good going. Had a good partnership between Webster and Utley now. Another big partnership here between these two.
Oh, that's well played there by Otley. Lovely bit of fielding as well.
Saved 1 run. Sealy. That short third man. Two left-handers at the crease. And they're settle for one this time. It's probably the first time I haven't seen Django run the first one hard straight to the field.
Settle early. Desperate appeal there.
Yeah, no appeal by the bowler.
Smith.
Except the other fielders.
And it's final over, final delivery for Smith. Of course, each bowler having only 9 overs. Not the allotted 10 as for the 50 over game.
Oof. That's the end of his spell.
So it's 180 for 1. Smith 9 overs 1 for 23, the best of the bowlers. Utley's on 80, Django 48. Trinidad and Tobago continues to fight here.
So good pitch for batting after the first, let's say the first half an hour here at the Queen's Park Oval, and after that it was just runs galore. So Boucher getting 81 and Rifa also getting a 50. Utley here on 80 and Amir on 48, 2 runs away from another list A 50. So it has really shown here at the Queen's Park Oval that it has been a good wicket for batting. I would have been here in your conversation earlier on, Vinod, about the curator traveling around to the West Indies, the venues, and well, especially in Trinidad here at the moment. And I was speaking to him also, and he was mentioning, you know, that the importance obviously of the pitches being prepared in such a way that you could have good totals. And he was saying, like, for 50 overs game, you want to get something around 500. So the game would be a nice game for both teams, and Utley goes big, and that is 6 runs. So just over the rope, but it was a really big hit here by him.
And Leacock putting it in the zone, so to speak. Going against the leg spinner. Remember, that delivery will be spinning into him. Helped with the shot. 6 runs to Utley. You're making a point, Adrian. Yeah. Partnership is 100, by the way, now.
Utley looking in fine form now, middling everything. And they pushing for 2, and Utley will get there.
Good presence of mind. Utley turned. He saw that the fielder down there was on the ground. There was no way that he would have been able to return that with any sort of velocity on the ground.
Yeah, so he moves on to 88 now, 12 away from his third list 100. He goes again, he sweeps, but straight to the fieldsman. Yeah, so he was meant the aspect of viewership, and Utley sweeps, and he sweeps well.
That's 4.
And that's 4 runs, so
Leacock.
yeah, big over here.
Has been taken to the cleaners. 12 runs in 4 balls.
Yeah, so poor delivery there by him. As you mentioned, it's turning into him, and he pitches it outside leg. So I'm pretty sure that Mayers wouldn't be happy with that delivery, because the offside is packed, and you know he's coming out to have a word with him. Yeah, so really disappointed here, Mayers, in that delivery. And he has a right to be. He has to get that line outside the off stump. Bowling to Utley. Cannot bowl at a guy who is he's on 92 now. And as you mentioned, he would be seen that as big as a football. So 2 deliveries left. 12 runs off the over. Utley here targeting the leg spinner because this is his first over in this spell, and normally batsmen will target particular bowlers, and they would have been waiting for this leggy, as they would say, and he sweeps well. Well fielded there.
He wants
It
2.
Yeah, gets it
And he gets it. 14 in the over. Otley goes to 94.
Actually hearing the support there from the Red Force camp. Really impressed by the running between the wickets. Good shot there by him. So Utley moves on to 94. And the partnership is 108. So a big over here for the Red Force. We know they were looking to get this big over to kind of get back the run rate on par. Current run rate 5.5. They required a 6.5. So close by. 65 from 60 deliveries. So that one over there kind of bringing things back to where they would want it to be. So good, the pitches so far have been improving, and it's nice to see that, because normally a lot of persons would have been thinking by now these pitches would have been spinning square, and we would have been looking at totals at around like 150, 200 max, but getting these scores close to 300. We saw a few games here played. They scored close to 300, so good for cricket, good for the batsmen, and also good for the fans too, who will be looking at this stream.
I think they've managed the square well here at the Oval, and you're seeing the results of it there now. Holding up very, very good indeed. Otley, 94.
So one shot away. Utley is a really smart player, so I don't think he'll be looking to hit a 6 to bring up his 100. He will continue in his same form and fashion. If it's there to hit, he will hit. But he's normally one that would look to play for that 100 and really get his side over the total.
Full toss. He relieves the pressure. Good over there by Wickham, just 3 runs. And that's 50 to Django. Continues to prosper well, Django.
He's continuing in his rich vein of form here at the moment.
71 deliveries for his half century. Final power play in effect now.
62 from 54 balls. Amir Django doing some sort of celebration there. Looks like a bow and arrow. So probably hitting his target or something. And he always has that rag in his trousers. So the captain, Kyle Mears, will be picking up the attack from the media center end.
Surprised I didn't see Mears before. I think he's a decent bowler.
He has the ability to mix it up. So maybe he will be keeping himself possibly to bowl through if there's a period of death overs. Because he has a lot of slow out deliveries, cutters.
He swings the ball as well.
Last game that they played here, we were mentioning that same point about his swing. Tony Gray was on air with me. And interestingly, we knew he has that big swing, especially into the right hander, way to the left hander. But it seems that he lost that swing a bit, because Tony Gray was mentioning it, and I saw it also. And we had that conversation of how players could actually lose
Yeah.
their ability to swing the ball, and it's a good asset to have. It's not something you want to lose, to be able to swing the ball.
Sometimes there are some bowlers who, let's say, primarily swings the ball away, and from the moment they try to develop the in-swinger, they then lose the outswinger.
That's right.
Yeah.
That could happen sometimes. And that's a wide delivery there. And as you mentioned that, remember when I played with Yannick Carrier at the youth level,
Mm-hmm.
Carrier used to spin the leg spinner square, big. And he always wanted to keep improving in the googly. And now when I look at his googly, the googly is actually spinning more than the leg spinner. So it happens at times. And as the former Tony Gray mentioned that former fast bowler for Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies, Tony Gray, mentioned that sometimes you have to find that balance, and that is where the coaches come in, and you need to find the balance where you don't want to lose your strengths, but you want to get stronger, but you don't want to lose what you had before. That
Right.
was working for you. Slower ball, and he hits, and that's just over that fielder there in short mid wicket.
Could have had him.
Mistimed. I'm not sure if he mistimed the jump or what, but it didn't come at the pace he was expecting it, because Django mistimed it. Slower ball.
Oh, should have been taken, man. Made the leap.
So opportunity goes by, begging for the pride. Slower ball again. I'm utterly picking it up.
So these are 96. Now, all is not lost for Barbados here, because if they can take a wicket, get a wicket, it's close to 7 required now. If they can take a wicket, probably a wicket or two, that required rate will mount. So it's not totally out. They're not totally out of the game.
Quick single. And Utley is home safe. Not sure if it was a direct hit, what would have been the situation. And at the end of the 37th, it's 203 for 1. And 8 overs remaining in this innings. And as you mentioned, if the Barbados Pride, if they are able to get 2 wickets here in this situation, especially if they are able to get the 2 set batsmen, there is a possibility they could pull themselves back into the game, but it all depends on if they get 2 wickets here.
Yeah.
If they don't, I don't think it have much they will be able to do to really pull this game back.
And they have to do it quickly.
This partnership now 117. A massive partnership here. Anything over 100 in this form of the game is a big partnership. Django sweeps, and it looks like he's outside the off stump.
Yeah, definitely outside the off stump. Yeah, he went across. Yep, struck outside the line.
So deep backward square, going out, mid wicket, long one. He goes big, it goes up in the air, and it sails for 6.
Yeah, it's a big hit. Django realizing 7 required and over, wants to bring it down.
So Django there hitting with whatever wind there is, but he hits it really high, and we know that the higher the ball gets, it's the more wind that it will capture. And you know, at ground level there is not much wind, but once that ball goes to around 50-60 feet in the air, it goes into a different part of that, the lower atmosphere. Django pushes really hard for that first one, and
Well, they went back for 2. This is good running. They've been out there for quite a while. They seem to be very fit, Otley and Django.
I was about to say the same thing. Yes, showing good fitness here at the moment. So 48 from 45.
You think Django is
deliveries.
going for 100? There's enough for both of them to get 100.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. But scoring, me have to shut off on one end.
Yes. He is in the pink of form.
Yes. So Django coming close, very close to that 400 mark tally. And pretty soon, if he continues, he will be going or crossing or going past Justin Greaves' 401 runs. That has been there since the inception of the tournament.
Yes. So you can go past that. Reeves has got to call up the West Indies. End of the over. Otley just couldn't get the single. So Otley stays on 96. Django 62.
So Django is on 399 runs. His tally for the CG Super50 tournament. So 2 runs away, or 3 runs away from passing Justin Greaves. So Django is on strike at the moment, and Mayer's taking the attack. So he pulls.
It's the 400
That's
now.
400 runs, so Amir Django. So big milestone for him. So he'll pretty soon, hopefully, he gets past Justin Greaves and he will become the #1 leading run scorer in this tournament.
Yeah, it's Otley to face now. It's 4 short of a century.
Slow ball.
Oh, that's good. Beating the Otley.
That one coming out the back of the hand, like a sort of like a googly.
Yeah.
Because it actually left Otley. So back of the hand googly.
Oh, Otley not timing. It's looking to cut the square.
Yeah. And you made that point earlier. I'm not sure why Mayers didn't bring himself on a bit earlier. What do you think about that?
I find it very strange. I don't know if he was nursing an injury or something. But it seemed fine to me.
Slow ball again, and this one Otley pulls this one away, and that's his 100. So 100 here for Keon Otley. He brings up his 3rd list A 100, and he will be a really happy man.
What an innings.
100 for him of 119 deliveries. Well played by Keon Otley.
Excellent indeed. His dad, Pete Otley, will be very happy with that.
Yeah. TNT Red Force team really happy in that dugout. I would have been hearing them even from the media center. We were hearing the cheering, and the morale is really high in that Red Force camp, and rightly so, because they are actually in after this game, and Otley goes again big over extra cover, and that goes for 4. So Otley in the form of his life now.
Well, this game is going to end quickly. I tell you why. Otley has gotten that 100 out of the way, and you would see what will happen. Django is already in that sort of form.
So that's 221 for 1. So 135 the partnership. So they are motoring along here towards this total of 259 runs for victory. Otley drives and some frustration there, Mayers throws it back, and at the end of the 39th, it's 221 for 1.
Excellent 100 there by Keon Otley. 11 fours, 2 sixes, 120 deliveries. In fact, 119 deliveries.
And the 100 came up in
Yep.
119.
Dominant performance by Trinidad and Tobago here.
So Otley, who is 34 years of age, he will be turning 35 on the 9th of December. So he's played 74 list day matches. He actually played 4 ODIs for the West Indies.
Yep.
So Django now, so Otley reached his landmark, and now Django is 2 runs away from, passing Justin Greaves.
Yes, the leading run scorer for the 2024 edition of the CG United Cup, Super 50 Cup. Let's
So-
see. Trinidad and Tobago needs 38, and Django needs 37 for 100. Gets a big over here, there may be thoughts of it.
So Rifa picking up the attack, and they will be looking for 2. And Utley comes back to the danger end, and really good fitness here by these 2 batsmen. Really good support here by the sprinkle of fans here at the Queen's Park Oval. They have gotten their time's worth being here.
Yeah.
So appreciating this Red Force team. Next week is the playoff phase of the tournament. And by the way, Django there, well, in addition to that, he becomes the leading run scorer in the Super 50 tournament. So, and he does that by far. Because now it's Amir Django who's surpassed Justin Greaves. He would be at 403 runs. Greaves 401. And then after that now you have Matthew Nandu, who's on 260. So and Nandu, I think Guyana is basically out the tournament by virtue of points. Blackwood is 244. So Django is well ahead here in the race. Imlak 233.
Imlak has gone with the
It's going
test
on.
team.
That's right. So
Yep.
Guyana has also played out all their games also.
Yeah. Django
And
wants
it goes
to,
again.
and
Yeah.
they're getting it.
So they're really finishing off business here
Very
at the
efficient.
back end of this innings. Yeah, and this is how teams, even from on an international level, when you have a team in this situation, 227 for 1, and you're looking to finish things off, this is how you do it. You don't want to be losing wickets here and then the game goes into a seesaw. This is how it's done. Good shot there by Django.
That's 4.
And no one moves. And it's 4 runs.
Yeah.
Absolutely good. Great shot here by him.
Well, look at this. It was over pitch. It was wide. He's able to clear his hands. Just take his hands through the shot, clear those levers and into the boundary.
You're doing bowler delivery to a man who have the most runs in the tournament.
Like that. There's Mr. Dial and his wife. I'm sure that they're very happy with the performance of Mark today. Dave and Dial, I think it's Dave and Dial and Agent Barrett are the 2 most successful in local cricket. I think Dial, at one point, I think he scored, I think it's 100 centuries or so. Was it
heard-
68?
I've heard- Yeah, I've heard 50 at some point, but I'm not sure at what timeline is that. But I've heard he scored 50
Recently-
domestic.
Recently, he went, I believe, to India and dominated. Was the leading batsman in a Masters tournament.
Wow. So he still has it.
Yep. And he's behind Mark just to have that patience that he had.
27 from the last 5 overs. TNT Red Force in a commanding position here, no panic whatsoever. Jason Mohammed has his pads on. In a moment, he probably might take off one of the pad, or not sure anything could happen here. It's the game of cricket. So he has on both pads. But not other than Jason, I haven't seen anyone else with pads on. So
Yeah, so I think they're hoping that these guys can just end it.
that's right.
So Jangu is on 73, 27 required to win and 27 required for his century. I then leave you in the very capable hands of Keshav Bahadur Singh.
Thank you, Vinod. So, Mayers continue. Slower delivery. So, Django now is on 73. He's on course here. He's going well. So, Keshav, we welcome Keshav back to the commentary booth.
Good afternoon, Adrian.
Good afternoon.
Pleasure to be back here alongside your esteemed company as we look forward to this victory from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
I see you put back on your hat, so you're ready to leave. The way things looking here.
Well, to be honest, the last time I was here, I actually forgot my hat. So it's
You're
one of
making sure.
correct.
Did you get it back though?
Of course, I
Okay,
did. And as you
that's
can see,
nice
it's
to
a
know.
West Indies hat, so I'm wearing it quite proudly.
I saw that. I saw you came in with your jersey also
Correct.
before the game started. So
If it's one thing, since small, I have
Yeah.
been a die-hard fan of West Indies cricket. In fact, my mom always makes a joke. She said one of the first names that I could have said out of everything was Chandapol.
Utley pushes there. So really good running. What do you think about the running between the wickets between these two batsmen?
Very
Keshav?
impressive, I must say. There was a period in the middle overs of the innings where they were just soaking up some dot balls in between. But again, knowing that both these batsmen have a deep understanding of the game, I know that it was just a matter of time between, taking their time to just see some of the overs and the tight bowling off, and then now you can see the difference in the running and the aggression in terms of the stroke play.
And he pulls Django, but straight to the fieldsman. So definitely middling the ball here really well. It's coming off that sweet spot. So it really shows the quality and form of these batsmen. They would be really happy about their position at the moment, 235 for 1, knowing that this is their last game and they go into the playoff phase of the tournament. And it's nice for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. They would be happy with this. What would be called the finish to their fixtures here. And no second run attempted. And they would be really, really happy with this finish here. They're still about 20 odd runs away from victory.
And that's the 150 partnership coming up between Keon Utley and Amir Django. 107 from 124 from Utley and 75 from 88 from Django. And Utley being there from the start, chain in the 86-run partnership with Ian Webster for the first wicket.
So slower ball, he pulls and he pulls well. And that is 4 runs to Django. Great shot here by him, picking up the slower ball. I believe it would have been sort of anticipated because Mayers, he bowls a lot of slower balls and just back of the hand, and it goes all the way for 4.
Seems to have just waited on it as well, Django.
Yeah. He knew it was
Correct.
He knew it was coming. I believe out of the 6 deliveries, Mayers is bowling around 5 slower balls. The only variation would be if it's back of the hand or if it's a
Off
cutter.
Correct.
So it's generally slower balls by him. So usually batsmen would tend to be a bit more patient in the shot, wait for it, and really try to generate the force. So as you mentioned, 154 partnership, 240 for 1. Utley 107, Django 79. So really good performance here by the TNT Red Force. Really outplaying the Barbados Pride here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, it really just goes to show impressive batting partnership, as you can see. Again, Otley is running that first one hard, and despite the fact that he has faced over 100 balls in the innings, and even sometimes at a non-striker end, you might see him just stooping a bit to recover his legs. He's still, as you can see just there, he is pushing that first one hard no matter what, and it really is commendable to see that effort from him. A well-deserved century today.
Really good effort here at the back end of this innings, or back end of the tournament for the TNT Red Force, because we know that the qualification part of the tournament, it's going to wrap up tomorrow. So after tomorrow, we'll know exactly how the table is, the top four, and that is when the tournament, sometimes that is when it actually starts, because sometimes you could play amazing cricket in the preliminary rounds, and then you could flop in the actual semi-finals period, and even the finals period. They push in hard here again, just one run. So this is when the tournament actually starts for some teams. You get there, top four, but when you as you lose, you're gone. So it's really important now that teams now build that momentum and build that winning habit, and also dominating when you're on top. Cuts, Django.
Yeah, that's really the nature of tournaments in essence. I mean, even if you think about the final, whenever you reach the final in any sport and any competition, those are the two supposedly best teams. But we both know that in sport, not always the best team on paper would reach to that stage. It always depends on the game itself, and cricket is one of the main testaments to that. Cricket is played on the day and on the pitch in these conditions that you are having in front of you.
That's right. And no matter what, these are the best players that we are witnessing in the Caribbean at the moment. And one of the teams that I actually looked at this week was the Jamaica Scorpions. They picked up a bit of momentum. They're actually on top at the moment. After this game here, the TNT Red Force will they will top the table, whether they win or lose because of the points. But they picked up some momentum, and they won their last two games in really good fashion. And Jamaica now, they didn't have the best start in the tournament, but they picked up some momentum. So at the end of the 42nd, it's 244 for 1.
And just to give you an idea of the performance in comparison to last year's CG United Super 50 Cup 2023, we know that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the competition last year, but Jamaica Scorpions were in fact in last place. And just to show you, after their 7 games in 2023, they only amassed 7 points with 6 losses. So that's just a statement to show the positive turnaround that the Jamaica Scorpions have had. You know, they have really gone through a difficult time in terms of regional cricket, and here you can see the current point standing. That is before the points for this game are added to the total. But imagine being last on the table in 2023 with 7 points alone, and then this year on top of the table prior to the semi-final round with 53 points. So kudos to the Jamaica Scorpions, and as you rightfully said, Adrian, they started off a bit shaky as well in the tournament, but gained momentum at the right time. And it's always about timing, isn't it?
That's right.
As a batsman, as a bowler, as a cricketer or sportsman in general, everything happens in the right timing.
That's right. And there is the philosophy of peaking in sports. It's in every sport, even football, athletics, and even cricket too. From a team perspective, there is that right time to peak in terms of performance. So sometimes you could peak early in a tournament. It happens plenty in a football World Cup. You will see it. Some teams peak really early, and then sometimes it's sort of tail off coming to the back end of the tournament, the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and then you find teams who would have had a shaky start building momentum, and they just keep getting better and better. And before you know it, before just into the qualification period or the quarter-final period, semi-finals, they actually start to play at their best. And that is when they want to be at their best, at that period.
So it's about just building upon that energy, carrying it forward with that confidence.
And that is exactly here what is happening with the Red Force batting lineup, because they would have had some decent stats, they would have had some good partnerships, but Otley now would be really happy with his position, Django also, with where they are, because you're talking about semi-finals next week, and you have 100 behind your back, basically, behind your name. And this is ideal for him, for his form. You see the way he's hitting the ball at the moment. It's actually, and that's a good run in there again by him. It's actually, they are batting so well, it's actually looking like a net session, how they are middling the ball at the moment. So it's looking like they're just going through drills, the way they are batting.
Yeah, I would say some of this partnership has in fact reminded me of that partnership we mentioned this morning between Casey Carty and Brandon King, when they both got to their centuries in that recent ODI series for the West Indies. And just in terms of batting long, staying at the crease, fighting through the difficult moments, there were times in the game. Yeah, there were times in the game when he
Quick single here, and if he had hit.
he didn't even run there, Django. He was just jogging through.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication there, which is understood that could happen. We wouldn't want it to happen at this stage, but
But there you say that Django was just moving there as if he knew nothing was going to happen. The confidence at this stage is that I'm sure it's not going to hit. I can reach out to that other end comfortably.
everything is going in their favor in terms of the conditions, the way they are playing. A bit of nice sunshine here back out at the Queen's Park Oval. And Django works that down to the long one. So that's one delivery remaining in this over by Kyle Mears. So Barbados Pride not really getting any inroads in this particular innings. It has been in terms of the Red Force batting, it has really been one-sided when it comes to the batting and bowling aspect in this innings. So a red dot ball there to finish the over. It's 249 for 1 after 43. So 2 overs, and they will require 10 runs. So
Yeah, and Django on 83. I think that it's impossible for him to get to that 100. I was just trying to do some quick maths to see if even he reaches to need a one more run and if he hits a 6 or something to that effect. But that's why I ended up doing law instead of maths. So we'll leave that to the statisticians.
but I guess if you want to do business law, you probably would need to do some counting at some point.
Correct. And that's why we have the assistance of calculators and all of these, technological innovations to assist in that manner. But fair enough. Honestly, I'm sure you would have made the whole of Trinidad and Tobago proud, and especially those in the village of Presal where he hails from, as well as his family.
And he's actually from Montrose. He played for Presal, but he actually grew up in Montrose in Shogunas.
Nice. Well, that's just to show you
So he's kind of my neighbor.
about 15 years growing up knowing Keon Utley was through that Presal
That's
connection.
right.
So that's why.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he was always by the ground. So the assumption was that he's from there. But, whether he's from there or not, he's considered to be part of that family.
Part of the village, yeah. Understood. Oh, and that Django goes big. And it goes all the way for 6. So Django here looking to finish it off quickly. And as you mentioned, we are not sure if there will be enough runs for him to get to that 100. But
I think just 4 left
Yeah,
and
4
11,
left.
so it seems impossible. Even
Yes.
if he gets 3 and then a 6, that would be 9, unless there's a noble factor or something.
free hit.
A free hit,
but
yes. I think no matter what.
Oh, he goes again over cover, but this time Well, just chipped for 2 runs. So they require 2 now from 10 deliveries. Django is on 91.
And you would just think, Adria, with somebody in the form of Amir Django, as we have seen Justin Greaves been rewarded with selection to the test team, it really is a bit of a mystery in terms of Django not being in either the President's 11 team or the test team. But, you know, that's definitely a tough decision in terms of the amount of talent on display. However, I believe that the performance certainly merits some sort of inclusion.
And they're going to come back for 2. And that's victory for the TNT Red Force. And they do it with a really commanding fashion here. 259 for 1. And the TNT Red Force, they win by 9 wickets. Utley 112 and Django 93. So really commanding victory here. Amazing victory for them. They would be really happy about that. And they move on now to the top of the table in the CG Super 50 tournament, and they would be looking at the semi-finals part of this tournament.
Excellent performance all round by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this encounter against the Barbados Pride. In the first innings, you noted that the Barbados Pride seemed to be going along quite nicely with a very strong partnership between Lenico Boucher and Raymond Reefer at the top of the innings after losing McCaskey without scoring. Then Reefer and Boucher put on a solid partnership and set the foundation for Barbados. The total did seem to be a formidable one as well. However, just due to the good nature of the pitch, which allowed for the batsmen to capitalize, as well as the form of these batsmen, Keanu Otley recently getting some good scores to get into a bit of form, and you can see today being rewarded with that 100 and that determination and grit that he showed from ball 1. And Amir Django, I mean, literally, I think he's been the best batsman bar Justin Greaves, who has gone up to the test team. But there's no doubt about Django's performances in this tournament, and his ability has certainly been on display for the entire world to see. Kudos to the young man. I know he's been doing a lot of hard work in the nets, a lot of personal sessions and fitness training, and you can just see the bond. Look at that connection between the players, you know. That Red Force camp is certainly a very close brotherhood, and that camaraderie is something that's commendable for any sport team to take note of.
Yeah, definitely. And this moves Amir Django. He becomes the leading run scorer in the CG Super 50 tournament. He's on 430 runs, so he's way ahead of the pack now because Justin Greaves, well, basically he's not there. And then the next highest scorer now is Nandu, who's 260, and his campaign is over, along with Emlak, who is on 233. So the next guy there is 244, Jermaine Blackwood. So well played there by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Really good victory for them. And the Barbados Pride, they will have some homework to do because their bowling performance, we see the definite miss of Jomel Warrakan. And, you know, unfortunately for them, or fortunately for the West Indies team, unfortunately for the Barbados Pride, they would have lost their key or most experienced spinner. And it may have had an impact here. We're not sure about that. We can't predict everything, but the TNT Red Force definitely taken that to their advantage because they would have been without their experienced spinner there, and Django also being, as you mentioned, there were always the possibility that he could have gotten called, and it would have been unfortunate for the Red Force team. So you see how it goes. Even in club cricket too, it happens.
Yep.
And locally.
When you get called to national team.
That's right. So it happens. So it's one of those part of the tournament where players get called out and the other guys now have to step up to the plate.
Yeah, well, as we see a lovely backdrop of the sunset here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. The news from this 26th match in the CG United Super 50 2024 Cup is that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has won by 9 wickets against the Barbados Pride. Notable performances in the run chase, Keanu Otley with that 100, Tian Webster also with 41, and then Amir Django with an unbeaten 93. So from all of us here and the 360 family, we'd like to thank you for tuning in and taking part in this game with us today, and we look forward to you joining us tomorrow for live coverage again at the Queen's Park Oval as well as at the UE St. Augustine ground. So thank you once again, take care to everyone, and have a safe and blessed evening.